Okay. Well, this is not what I was expecting. That's crazy. I wonder if they're adding options. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, this is probably as much as I would expect. Oh, okay. That's crazy. I wonder what happened there. This doesn't seem right. There's no bid in the ask on it because it's halted. That's a bummer. Good morning. Well, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Last night was pretty much what it was expected. Like, I had a box right here. You can see it's from like 650 down to that marker that we made, like 483. And it traded across it, and it actually landed at 650 in after hours. So this morning, and y'all probably are watching pre-market action. I wasn't streaming it, but I watched some of it, and like there's obviously this massive push up. So we've basically come through every single target I've had, and we're now hitting that top target. That's the 100. Excuse me. That's the daily 180. So you're really just looking at that. I mean, I think that's probably gonna be the big one. We're on a previous. Hey, what's up? We're on a previous major supply level, which was the bottom of the 2020 region. So like in all reality, like if you're thinking about this like big, like long term, this is the place where you could have the most problems if you were not to come above this 1148 area. You would have the most issues because you're going to have a pretty nasty rejection if it stops here, because we have this massive gap that goes from 5 all the way up to 12 at this point. So yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say until we see the movement. We're halted right now. You know, this could be ripping up, it could be dumping down. I'm not really seeing any major signposts that say we would have to go one way or the other. We've been riding, at least on the 1 minute, you can see we've been riding the moving average, which is very bullish. I mean, we're just staying lightly above it. All right, there we go. We're unhalted. I expect there'd be a lot of selling, and that makes sense to me. I mean, you have a gap up this large overnight. It's a big deal. So you're not going to have, and I mean, frankly, like I'm going to be exiting some of my positions. They're not share positions. They're just call options. I'm waiting to see what happens here. I mean, when you're up over like 1,300% on an option, I don't know what else you would expect. Like, that's a really good trade. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. We'll see. There's a lot of problems right now when you're trying to trade during a halt or a halted period. Yeah. So, yeah, they're doing some weird stuff here with some really weird stuff. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I'm sure the options are moving like crazy fast. So contracts. My thing right now that I'm kind of bothered about is the bid and the ask are so ridiculously spread apart that it's hard to know. Jeez. Is it halted again? It might be. Nope, it's not. Yeah, I think the bid and the ask are so ridiculously spread apart that it's hard to know like if your orders are going to go in, and even if you wanted to get out, I don't say you have to get lucky, but you got to make. Oh, you got to make quick moves, I guess. So a lot of you are going to be wondering about downside here if it were to distribute. And look, the truth is it came above. I mean, it did come above the tops from previous times, and it came all the way up to nearly where we have those little gap fills up here at 13. We didn't hit the 15 target, but we hit the 12 target, which is good. I mean, there's not really much to complain about there. I think that in the end, you know, probably good to be open-minded about a possibly big pullback after gapping up like 100%. GME also gapped up, and it got really close to that target that I have at $85. Given the volume that we're seeing in after-hours trading, pre-market trading, I'm not so convinced that they're going to let everybody have a piece of that. It seems like a lot. I mean, almost all of these moves have been moving really far in pre-market and after-hours trading. So, you know, there's always a danger in getting a little too, I don't know, excited, I guess, about the idea that has to go there during regular trading hours. Look, if the trend, I mean, I guess if the trend continues, there's no reason to think it can't. You know, you have 2 days, and I mean, look at the volume in this pre-market action. It's insane. I mean, it's as much as we had during regular trading hours. So whoever your operator is here is definitely doing what they want to do. They're assuming that retail is going to take advantage during the day and maybe sell off some. This is kind of what happened when we gapped up from, what was it, like 280 up to 3 something. We had a little push, and then it dropped pretty far, went back to support, and then it continued. So we're at 94% up on the day right now, which again is crazy, you know, crazy high. My call options are up some thousands % this morning, so I'm not looking for much else. I mean, to be honest, I was really looking for 12, and it already hit it, and I didn't trade it, but since it already hit it, I'm kind of like, all right, well, it's time for me to start exiting my positions. Not the shares necessarily. I might hold those a little longer. It looks like it got halted, but geez. But also just yeah, I think it did, because I'm not seeing any movement. So it looks like it just dropped that daily. So the 4-hour was a little different. When we got to the 4-hour, we didn't drop the 4-hour. We were way above it, and we stayed high. And I was trying to say yesterday, the fact that we closed above 515 was really positive. It looked really bullish to me. This could be a bit weaker. There's an old school like trend that's kind of down here around like 9, and I think based on what we know about where the gaps are, this one also comes down, and there's a support here around 9 as well. I think that might end up being a first major pullback level if we continue downside here. I'm talking about like that 890 region to 9. We did not hold this push, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to say much about it. I mean, you've got halts, so we're not really going to be able to sort of see what's happening. This is not just GME. This is not just AMC. So GME is down to 50, still ridiculously high. I'm on the 2 hour here. Let's go to the 15-minute. Yeah, so you can see that drop a little better. Very similar movement to AMC. It looks like it hit really close to that target that I had at 85. It didn't quite get there though. That could be a positive, but this looks a lot like a cat ear top. Like you have the push up and then the double top around 71. So for now, you would want to just kind of play it like a normal range. And like if it doesn't advance here, then you could be in for a wait. Like if it doesn't jump this creek today, and then the bottom one, so you can keep it really simple, is just trend support. This is a little bit harder to draw, but I think it would go like here, so that's probably the best. I don't think I would use the very, very bottom. You see how it kind of like it doesn't even seem to matter. It goes back to like what the close was on Friday the 10th. That's kind of where the trend is. But if you look at the price action before then, it comes way out here during extended hours trading. So that makes sense. So maybe one or the other. Maybe one or the other will hold. It's hard to say. They're pretty close. So there's a pocket down here, probably around like 41, that I might use on that. So it looks like AMC's moving again. You're just getting these like dumps. People are just exiting positions. It's really a bummer because, yeah. And it's not unheard of, you know, we get some pretty massive swings if we're in a squeeze mode. I told you guys yesterday, that's a 29% drop from that top though. It's a big drop. But I told you guys yesterday, I felt like this move was I don't know what the word would be. Like, I feel like this move was fast. Like faster than what would normally be expected of a move like this. So all right, so I'm out of some of my leap positions because sorry, I was like this sideways distracted because that volume was like crazy yesterday. And we were here and we were talking about it, but why did I exit some of my call positions? I already mentioned, I kind of feel like we're at the level that I wanted to be at. Now I could wait and see if it pushes up to 15, and that definitely is a possibility. It's not like out of the realm of possibility. But for me, it's like, it's kind of a cost benefit kind of thing. Like, do I need that extra percentage right now? Am I happy with the trade? You know, and a lot of times if you get out early, you're going to be like, oh no, I wish I hadn't done that, but whatever. In the event that this doesn't regain that 180, I still am in the impression that this is kind of what I'm expecting is some kind of a bigger pullback. I don't know, you know, it's not holding in. We had the same kind of issue yesterday where we dipped back into the range and then came back up. So we really would need to see this thing come back up to like 11 again in order to be comfortable. And if we're talking about that creek, it's pretty high. I mean, it's a big move. You know, you have to come way back up. Over here, you have this kind of a cross trend. So there's definitely a possibility. And I would say that typically, though not always, this might be an indicator as well, like where those intersect. I say typically because I've seen it a few times, but I wouldn't say the probability is like super high. So anyways, there's a lot of selling volume this morning. So again, I wouldn't expect much else right out the gate here after a 100% gap up. And GME is kind of paving the way here for us because it's not being halted right now. So you can kind of see what's going on. What about the other stocks, Booksy? Well, look, charge point on the 4 hour, it's jumped its EMA, so it may not hold here. It may try to distribute. This is pretty common. Every time it's come up above this in the past couple of years, it's had that problem. But I see this all as together. Remember, like I charted GME, I charted charge point, and I charted AMC all together. And I feel like they're all in the same boat in this regard, where they're all kind of moving in tandem. And they seem to have a pretty specific idea in mind, maybe to get this kind of squeeze motion. It's very early. It's happening right now. It seems like at least the first big move, very early. Most of my targets were like, shoot, what was it, like mid-June to mid-August? So is that still possible? Is it still going to take that long? I think it's a possibility, you know, that this, again, we find that kind of a need to sort of pause and reaccumulate when you got all these sellers on board. Clearly, a lot of those shorts must have covered last night. I mean, there's just no way around that. And if they were covering this morning, you would be seeing massive green candles right out the gate. I mean, it's easy enough to say, well, why can't they just short it down as far as they can? Maybe that's what they're doing. They're shorting it down as far as they can so they can exit their position. But if I'm a short and I'm stuck in this, I don't know if I want to play that game. I mean, if you have like millions of dollars, perhaps, I guess it's a possibility. But I'm looking at possibly like a 50%, up to a 50% retrace here. You have to remember that in January, that's what happened. And we had a lot less volume, but there was a significantly massive retrace. This 50% goes to 530. If you just go to where the move starts here, it's not nearly as high. It's actually that gap fill, basically. We just doubled the move. So the gap fill is like a 50% retrace. That's 586. So, I mean, it is what it is. We could speculate about what that means, but it could just be that this gap is going to absorb all that selling down to 50%, and then we're going to buy back again. It seems a little crazy to me to go all the way back down. But then again, you know, it's a possibility. We have that possibility that after you make a move, you could get a 50% retracement. So, and it's still healthy. It could still be bullish. That's the crazy thing. So this move up here from roughly that 320 area all the way up here, this has a 50% retrace that takes you right to the top of the gap. And I don't think that's a bad thing if we were to do that. My target was not, like, my target was 12, but you can see, like, my target really ultimately was like this 15 mark. I still think somewhere up to near 13 to 15 would make sense. And we did hit 13.21 in pre-market movement. I'm kind of eyeballing it. It looks like 13.24 was the high. Nope, that says 13.30. Yeah, that's 13.30. So yeah, we kind of got there. Isn't that crazy? I think that's amazing. Yeah, we may have already halted again. And it looks like GME is kind of sitting still. There's not much to talk about when it's halted. I mean, we could try to like clean this chart up really fast, but yeah, I'm gonna get rid of some of these. I don't really want to get rid of all of them, but not yet. The blue one we probably don't need anymore. That's a big one though. These two were obviously our major creek. We jumped that. That's the reason we're seeing such a massive move, because we finally got over that marker. Get rid of these things and these things. That was analyzing the previous range. We can get rid of my diagram if you want. I think that it's kind of funny too, because it's like doing this, but it's doing it like super fast. Like, it's pretty much what I thought was going to happen, but it's like really, really, really fast. I guess we'll just leave that one and get rid of the other one. We don't need 3 lines here, so let's get rid of the green one. And I'll go ahead and get rid of this pink one too. No, that one looks like it hit like right on the nose, so let's leave that. What was the blue one? We got time, y'all. It's like halted, so I don't know. I'm not sure what that blue one was supposed to represent. It was probably supposed to be this previous top, so I'm gonna get rid of that green one and push this up. I'm going to get rid of this guy. It's just an extra line. Oh, I've got 2 lines there. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, this is unnecessary for now. This is unnecessary now. That's funny because it did jump that and it did start moving really hard, but it was like all that stuff happened in pre-market action. So, yeah. We're going to change this to accurately reflect what happened. It was really like that 315 to 320 level is where it found support. And that's important to note because you never know. You know, if we ever find ourselves back down here, you're going to want that number. This region's not as important now. I think we kind of jumped that area already. This particular trend, why do I even have this on here? I'm not sure. This was one of the high trajectories, and I think I left it on here because I was thinking it might come into play. It certainly looks like it. It's taken the highest trajectory possible, this volume and everything. Yeah, so I did exit some of my positions. I sold those for a little over 1,000% gain. So I'm pretty happy with that. You know, that means if you invested 200, you made 2,000 or something. You know, so that's really good. It's a really, really good return. I'm really happy with that. I would not have expected it to be that big of a move so quickly. And you have to understand, like, I'm not only, like, aside from a few call options here and there, like I got some different ones for AMC, I don't have like a whole lot of option positions for AMC. I had one short position down here. It was really, really small, like super small. And it was basically just to cover my stop loss for the call position. That one's gone. Like I got rid of that when we jumped up to 350, you know, I basically lost it all, but it was like $40 or something silly, you know. And the point of that was to cover me if we dropped and the stop loss triggered for my call position, that would have given me all that money back. So it would have basically scratched even. So I was like protecting my call position because I was pretty sure we were going to move to the upside, but I still wanted to hedge. Yeah, so ChargePoint and MPW, those are two that we were watching as well. It looks like GME stopped being halted. That's good because we've got ChargePoint on the same chart here. So you can see GME's price is at $53.99. So it's bounced, it's heading back up. This is probably like an auto reaction. If this was like a distributive buying climax, let's say, you have that buying climax, you have to have some kind of auto reaction. And it's too early to sort of say whether or not this is bearish or bullish, but I would say this is probably the auto reaction from the buying climax. And you've got some support, and you'll see if it creates a resistance on the top. Again, I would look at that around like 71, but first we got to get over this creek. So I'm just kind of marking levels right now to see how things interact. And yeah, it's visual. I'm not going to worry about calling numbers like crazy. Yeah, so AMC is pulling back to the upside. It's actually going back up to, looks like to fill this little gap that happened because of the halt, I think second halt that we had. Unless we start seeing some like moderation in volume, and it does look like the volume's dropping, which actually is good. I know it sounds bad, but it looks like the volume's dropping after that first sell-off. That could mean some continuations in mind. Unless we see some moderation in this price action, we're probably going to get a lot of halts because you halt when you move like more than 5% in, I don't know, like a minute or something. I don't know what the rule is. I always forget. So that was a 30% drop, and it happened over the course of like only a few minutes, 26 minutes. So like it makes sense that it was halted early. We'll see about the rest of this. So if you're wanting to see continuation here and you want to see it kind of continue to push, you really want it to get back over like 1066. Battle of Hastings. That's funny. Y'all are like, what? You can go look it up. It's a Scottish thing. You wanted to get over 1066. I think that's where your moving average is on the daily. So it's also a place where you might see a little bit of rejection. So you got to be careful. I'm going to mark it on the AMC chart here at 1066. GME is at 55.69. I think we're halted again. I'm not seeing any movement. This is going to be one of those days, isn't it? It makes sense to me that this is happening because, again, we gapped up 100%, which is pretty crazy. And the after hours volume and pre-market volume especially was just absurdly high. At this point, it's probably a lot of craze and confusion on the parts of short sellers who are just totally in the blue. I mean, and you could see it in the dark, I guess. I don't know why I say in the blue, but like you could just see it in the temperament. Like we were all like, oh, you never know. It's probably, it's done this 3 times or whatever. And you had people that were posting, I'm not even on Twitter, but you had people that were posting about downside and people that were quote unquote like giving up. Those are really typical signs that you might be close to a bottom, because that's when things seem the worst. That's usually when your operator is like ready to move. And I know it sounds weird, but remember what happened back in COVID and that big move. This definitely probably felt like the worst because the rest of the market was rallying here, and then all of a sudden AMC starts dumping again and it just looks really bad. And then all of a sudden it turns around, right? GME was actually really easy to see because it broke out and then just kept hitting its targets. Like every breakout it had was really clean and specific and tight. Like, I don't know, it was really easy to read. So AMC was not so much. It really had a pretty major fake out here with that breakdown. I'm actually really happy that we got what we thought we were going to get, which was that after that 304, it went a little lower and it got that change of character. And that was really what we were looking for. And it was only really obvious. And I got to just repeat this because it's a great learning opportunity moving forward. It doesn't happen most of the time, right? Like this is a breakdown that hooked, right? And we could have been in that same situation. But the difference in the stuff that happened right after and the difference in the stuff that happened right before was in the volume and the price action leading up to that point. And that's what distinguished these two ranges and why I was really bearish. I would say I was more bearish than bullish. I wouldn't say I was really bearish, but I was leaning really bearish because of what had happened in this previous range. Whereas here I was leaning really bullish because of what happened in the previous range. So does TA work? Yes. But is it very nuanced? Yes. And sometimes it can be so nuanced that the move is kind of disguised, and you're seeing it, but you're not sure why you're not seeing like every part of it. You're like, oh, well, I kind of see it. It looks like it could be really bullish. But I'm not seeing everything I want to see. Well, that's the nature of, I think algorithmic trading is meant to disguise things. All right, I know that we're not as interested in like these other stocks that I follow, but for me, like, and for some others, they did invest in them, and we are waiting on GME and AMC to become unhalted. So while we're waiting for those, I'll just kind of peek into some other stuff. So MPW also had a gap up this morning. It gapped up to 6. My target was this 665. It looks like, let me check here. Yeah, it looks like it hit close enough. It's like 653. I mean, you can split hairs, I guess, but that's pretty much that breakout target for MPW. So that was my first big breakout target for that. It's going parabolic at this point, so there's always a little bit of a danger in trying to trade a parabola, because usually you have one giant pullback somewhere in the middle of all that. You could also just kind of default to trends, but if it's parabolic, the trends are going to be, looks like GME is moving again. The trends are going to be also parabolic. So, all right, so GME is up again to $55, $56. It's not moving. It's not moving like it was in pre-market. We're kind of getting a lot of chop, and then of course we're getting these halts left and right. AMC is still just sitting at 1042, which is 100% up on the day. So you said the charts have reduced the volume candles pre-reverse split by 10 times. Let me think about that. Because it would have changed the float. Yeah, I guess you're right. That's a possibility. But volume is volume, right? So I don't know. Like, the number is still relative to the number of shares, but it's still, if you think about volume as just trading hands, right? Transactions. If you just think about it as transactions, it shouldn't, I guess it would matter. I don't know. I'll have to go look. Maybe I could find like the original, I don't know if it would make a huge difference. I'm thinking about it in terms of transactions. I'm not sure that would make any sense to me, but you could be right. It's still massive volume. I mean, it doesn't matter how you put it. Like, we made like 450 or whatever, 450 million on yesterday. So, I mean, it's pretty crazy. Don did that, says, so really no prediction on the next few weeks, but it keeps pushing her simmers out. Well, my prediction has already kind of been met, and I don't mean to be a jerk about it, but that's, I mean, what more do you want? Like, my target has, my first major target, which is the simplest target, it's that $11 top. That one's been met. That's one of my, I had three major targets, okay? The first, well, I mean, was almost literally hit, like, on the nose. It was this 5 something. The next one I thought was going to be a little later, and I thought it would be this $12 mark. I thought it would be in about, maybe by the end of the week or even the end of the month. And then I was expecting more chop down here. As you can see, like, my timing's clearly not right. But the final target that I have is this 15. But my thought is just not about, at this point, it's not really about these levels. It's more just like common sense and what we've seen in the past. And, you know, I don't want to be the guy that's kind of a downer on everybody, but we just ran 300% in 2 days. So I don't think that, I mean, just think about what we're saying, right? Like, 300% in 2 days is a lot. Now, if you go back, percentages don't change. So if you guys are concerned about, like, comparing chart stuff, percentages don't change, right? So you can always look back and say, well, you know, maybe the volume is wonky, but the percentages don't change. I mean, this is a near 1,000% run. So we know it's possible. But at the same time, you kind of have to just, like, think about what it is that we're seeing here versus what we're seeing in the new range. And I don't have very many targets that are super, super high. Like, some folks had targets that were like hundreds of dollars. Is it a possibility that's happening? You're going to end up getting a squeeze to like 100 some. Yeah, sure. You know, but I think more realistically, like, a lot of these targets that I have are about this first move. And I know this is kind of confusing. It looks like it goes back down. But I was looking at this structure here, and I don't think that we get all the way up to 12 and maybe 15 without some kind of a reaccumulation, specifically like here. You know, it would have to be somewhere sort of high up. And then we've got this moving average on the daily. And remember, this is where the moving average on the daily was right here. I mean, I've got the arrow drawn. So for us to say like, oh, it has to keep going, well, we are not even above the moving average on the daily right this second. I just marked it off. It's about 1066. Is it possible we get above it, find support, and continue? Yes. Would that be a historic move for AMC? Yes. But you even there, you still have to look at the fact that, well, okay, that's true. We're in a different time now. Obviously, it's not all exactly the same. But notice that this guy had like a near 50% pullback in January. And that was after a 900% move, which is crazy, right? We've only done 350%. I say that like it's a small thing. And it's not a small thing, because we've had moves in the past that were like 160, 180%, right? And those were big moves. So I'm trying to be realistic with you. Like, I want it to go as much as anybody else, but my first two targets were already met. My next target was like this $15 area. And after that point, in order to continue, you know, and I can get rid of this example, I guess, if you want. In order to have continuation, my expectation would be that we have some pullback or some reaccumulation somewhere in this region to sort of prove that we have some support. Maybe it doesn't take forever, but we did it in that pre-market, you know, or excuse me, after hours yesterday. We really kind of jumped over the previous top at 587, and then we advanced to 650. So we kind of left that range behind. And now I'm looking at it like, well, that's a retracement, so maybe we need to go back. Maybe not, you know. The big thing is looking at these tops. It's not that hard. You don't have to predict every single move. At this point, you've just gapped up 100%. It's probably appropriate to have a more reactive approach, because you're trying to gauge now, frankly, you're trying to gauge either a top or continuation. So yes, like I had targets that were higher, okay? I found targets at like 21. I found targets that were around, 15. But I don't think you get to 15 or 21 if you get stopped right now, because again, if you're pinned underneath the daily moving average, then you're not really running, you know? And historically, even when you look back at like August, right? And this was the August move in 2022. It had that jump, you know? And prior to that, we really only had this major run that occurred as a result of jumping it. So it's not even just getting over the top of it. It's also getting over the top and then holding it, you know? So if I see this push up, let's say it pushes up to 14 or 15, that's great. But then I really want to see it. I really want to see it come back and show me that it has support, because when that happens, you're in for another major leg. And I think that this is a large part of the goal. Like, we had these two markers on here, the 4-hour and the daily, because they intersected right where it made perfect sense. Like, oh, it makes sense that it would intersect here and here, where these guys have these setups, where the price action had already set up and triangulated price targets, which is good. But I just think that that's part of the analysis, is like, you get to this point, you've hit 2 of your targets, great. Maybe this sucker is going to ride all the way back up to 40. You know what I mean? Maybe it happens now. Maybe it happens in November after elections, or maybe it happens really early and then, you know, we go into earnings and then it dumps going into elections. Like, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. So far, this is the main first move that I'd be looking for. And you have to remember, this is part of like a larger schematic. And so when I was looking at this originally, I thought if we get this shallow S-curve, which is, you know, again, I've had this on my chart for a little while, but it's because I'm thinking that's what this is, and I guess I was right. that you get that reactive move up. That first reactive move up, more often than not, there's a couple of times where it just kind of rides straight up, but more often than not, that first move is really just the breakout. Does that make sense? Like you're breaking out of this like lower pocket, and then you find some kind of support above where this shallow S-curve starts. So if we were to look back at this, I know my chart's a big mess. I get it. We could remove some of these earlier levels, and if it helps, it helps, you know. I don't think that every one of these is super, super important anymore, or at least not right now. But I'll say this, you know, if you go back and you look at this previous area and you just think about it like this, okay? This has been supply, the supply line, right? Okay, so consider the fact that you have before that support here, and then just common sense, like where do you then put your creek? Somewhere in between these two, right? And maybe that's a little high, but you can kind of tell it's sort of right in between these guys. So if I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like it's right around where that January reaccumulation happened. So if I'm looking at this, it kind of goes right through the reverse split. So even though we've got this, and it just so happens, right, it's right around where the daily is now. So just basic stuff, like I would need to see us jump this level. And that's what I'm trying to say is like the ideas that I have here, which again are very loosely drawn out. I'm just going to get rid of this. It's just cluttering my chart like crazy. I don't really think it's helping that much. I already did the analysis on that. It was in a couple streams ago. This concept of like chopping right here, that's why I've got that there. Like I'm not just putting it there for no reason, you know. And if it takes way less time than I've drawn out, great. But the concept of coming up and then finding support here is critical. You know, you have to find support right here before you can advance and do this kind of next leg, you know, back up to fill these gaps. It's just not possible. It's not possible to advance past this wall yet. So the analysis that I'm going to give you is not necessarily a prediction. It's just a way of understanding the chart so that you can make the best decision for your own pocket. Like I just told you, I exited some call positions. This thing could turn and just rocket, and I would be like, oh, there goes all that money, right? But the fact is that I have to just listen to my own TA. You don't have to listen to my TA. You can listen to your own. You have to just decide what you think is best for you. But I'm telling you that from my point of view, I know I'm like sounding argumentative, but I'm trying to give you like a reason why I'm not giving you like a simple prediction. From my point of view, I don't think you can predict this will jump until it jumps. It's entirely possible, right? We talked about this as well yesterday. It is entirely possible that you could see 650 area again, because this area was very lightly traded when we came down, and it really was only ever traded in this action right here. You know, this is it. Like this 650 down to 515, this is all the trading that we've gotten there. And prior to that, it was just this tiny little bit, you know. And you could see that probably like this support here around 582, that's probably the support that we got right here. You can see 582 area. So it jumped up and hit that support and then took off. And I mentioned like once it gets through 650, you're probably just going to see it go straight up past this whole 650 range. And that's what happened. So my predictions have to be at this point pretty like day to day. I just don't think you can be like long-term, like this is how it's going to exactly how it's going to play out. I think this is likely if we can find some support here. I also think it's possible that we need to go back down to like 650. You can see even in that pre-market to after hours, there's a gap down here at 650 and there's a liquidity gap. Some of you might flip out at that and be like, that's way too far, but it's not. We did a retrace, and even on this whole move, like 650 is not even 50% retrace. So it's not too far. Okay, so let's say if we continue to advance here past 1066, this is your moving average, roughly, okay? This is very much like more positive, if you want to say that. So if we advance here, and then we advance beyond this creek, and advance beyond the top, you got 3 markers. One's 1066, the other's probably somewhere along the lines of like 1230, and then 1330. Those are the 3 top levels. But below that, there's quite a bit of room. I mean, we could really come pretty far down. And I honestly think we could even be seeing like a 650 kind of hit. If shorts get some momentum, sellers get some momentum, that's certainly a possibility. And it could still be bullish, you know. It'd be like what happened after the January move where it dumped more than 50% and then it reaccumulated and then ran back up super far. GME is kind of also just sort of sitting in the middle here. It already had that kind of big pullback. So if we were doing a comparison between these two, we might say that this is sort of that gap level at 37. And you can see that if you draw just a simple like 50% marker up here, GME's already dropped more than 50%. So if you're kind of like, well, I don't think that's going to happen, Booksy, it's not going to go back down that far. Maybe not. But it happened to GME already, and now GME is struggling to keep above that 50% marker, which is around 55. So I'm just looking at that gap up value to the top. It's already moved beyond that 50%. Is $4 still? No, I don't think so. Like the whole idea of 4 was that you would come back to potentially test this creek. It's very possible that it checked it in like this motion during the day. And I was saying that if we reject it at like 650, I would expect it to come back down to 4. And I had some numbers written out. So again, it's sort of like if-then statements. So if you didn't advance here, you might need to come back and find support, but we did advance there. And right now it does seem like they're unstoppable, but you're going to have a massive amount of selling on a day where you've gapped up 100%. There's no way around that. Like, there's just no way around it, you know? Yeah, and then, like I just said, I think GME is... It's pretty much, I don't say it's like made up its mind here, but it's pretty much just hit a resistance there. You've got some potential now for some exploration to happen a little lower before advancing or before descending again. We'll see what happens. Yeah, if you happen to be in charge point, it's up 12%. These moves are much more modest, but I'll be dang. I'll be danged. I really think I did a pretty dang good job on the analysis here, so I'm really happy about charge point as well. This is what I was expecting early on. It's that push up. I'm like kind of baffled, but it was really clean. It went right up to that marker and then came back down. It did go too low, in my opinion, but I think it just filled a gap. It went down to 151. It looks like we might be halted again. So I'm just talking about other stuff while we're halted. AMC's at 961. Let me flip over to GME here. GME is at 5187. So charge point really took off. It found its footing. I don't think this is even close to being done for charge point. It does need to move above its 4 hour, which is around $2. Once it advances past $2, I actually, again, had this kind of drawn out that way, that you would see some kind of push up, pull back, and then race up higher, and then you should find support at $2. Very slow and steady by comparison to the other two. I don't think the target's as high, and I think that's a big part of the reason why we're not seeing some massive ride up, but I do think the target's high enough that it's still a good investment. I mean, we're talking about $1.90 up to like $3.50. That would be a comparable level. So do I think it's going to get there? Yeah, I think it's taking a longer route. I'm not seeing the same kind of volume that we're seeing on like GME and AMC, for example. Again, I think it's a more of a slow and steady, and it could be setting up for more of an earnings move. You know, this could be a later mover. It's hard to say. But if you happen to be getting in, you know, on these lows beneath the floor here, you've probably made really good money. And I have some really good positions in ChargePoint. I'm happy with that. Still halted on AMC, still sitting at 961. MPW is the other one I had some call options in. I was waiting. I was starting to analyze this, and then we got unhalted. This is one that I was kind of like low-key was just saying I thought was like a really good trade. I try my best to not give you guys quote-unquote financial advice, which is not legal. If you're not a financial advisor, you shouldn't be doing that. But I was just telling you, like, from my point of view, this was a really good trade because I thought it was going to break out and go up to this target, which I have on the screen as 665. It got to 650. So at this point, I don't know. Maybe it'll go there. But it's basically coming up to the edge of a massive widening that's coming down. So if it can get up to that widening and break out, it's got a really high price target of like $24, even from where it's sitting now at $6. And I was talking about this back when it was like 3 and 4. It's way undervalued. It's a medical properties trust, which is a real estate investment trust. And I'm a little concerned, you know, about I wouldn't say I'm really concerned about it. I haven't really checked this thing out on the daily yet. Yeah, I mean, RSI is already kind of overbought again. You know, again, we might be in for some chop here. It would make sense. There's not really been anything traded in this region. So that wouldn't be surprising. So I am keeping my eye on the other two, but I'm not seeing the tickers move yet. It looks like we're above that move, or that daily 180. So that's a big breakout. Again, hasn't been above that since this started in January. So that would be a really significant hold, and it just broke out right on that head and shoulder, really clean. The head and shoulder breakout's done. I think that price target's been hit. I'm not anticipating much more from that, but I do think maybe we'll get a little pullback and then probably continue. And if we break out here, that's what I was trying to say. This is a really good trade. It's a simple trade. For me, I like the technical setup. I like the volume. I like there was a huge divergence in RSI going into the bottom, like on like the weekly and stuff, especially these last few moves here. Just really clean. I could see us doing a big push up to like 11 or 12 next if we can jump 7, and then potentially like continuing up, you know, to 16, and then potentially continuing up to like 23. Those are long-term moves, not stuff that I would say is going to happen overnight. Definitely longer term. I bought leaps for like 2025, so I was thinking like at least 6 months. All right, AMC's unhalted again. I got to be honest with you, I haven't really been following Ader for a long time. I've been out of that play for a while. Is Ader up this morning? I think it's still on my watch list, so I can check. AMC, Apple. I don't know. Maybe it's not on here. Oh, there it is. Is that it? Looks like it's 3% up. I don't know. You know, a lot of these meme stocks that came were, and I used to say it quite a bit, and later I got kind of, looks like BlackBerry is moving pretty far. It's at 16%. A lot of these stocks didn't do well, you know, in the last few years. They had a lot of reverse splits. They went through a lot of changes in like leadership. They had earnings that just didn't quite hit. There's gonna be winners and losers, right? And we even know some of them, like like the BBIG example, right? Like just going to oblivion. And these are stocks that people were very like optimistic about. So are they halted again? No. But they didn't move very much last time. Yeah, it might just be orders not getting filled and people are overwhelmed. Yeah. So, I mean, statistically, you have to think that of all of the stocks that were in that kind of meme basket, I would say that more were going to be losers than winners. It was way more likely that a lot of those were going to fall by the wayside. And I think it was a gamble. And I was always in that kind of mindset too. Like, well, yes, it's possible that they all do really well. And I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's way more likely that they saw an opportunity, institutional shorts, to just drive all of these things into the ground. And probably the ones that have the most attention on them, like AMC and GME, were going to be the winners in the end, because they're companies that probably will survive. And even if they don't survive, they have so much retail attention. Whereas a lot of these smaller ones or lesser known ones, they kind of, I don't want to say they're not distractions. Like people used to call them distractions. The if-then tactics. People used to call them distractions, but I don't think they were distractions for retail. I think they were distractions because retail was distracted by them. But I think they were basically, a lot of them were just going through periodic short squeezes that were then driving the prices lower, like upthrusts, basically. You'd see these massive upthrusts and you'd be like, what? This one's running and AMC's not. And then people would jump over there and be like, oh my gosh, what do you think about this? It's up like 90% today. And you're like, okay. I mean, you could chase it, but it's probably going to dump. And then it has this dump and everybody's like upset about it and it doesn't recover. And I mean, they're not all like that, but a lot of that's just distribution. I mean, it's the nature of distribution to like have those massive upthrusts every now and then. AMC could be doing the same thing right now, you know, and I mentioned like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's not what we want to hear, but just to think about it, just think about it. You know, like we've had plenty of times where this thing has run up, made some massive gains, and then given it all back up. And it just depends on where you find those supports, where you find those resistances. Right now, we do have the halfway point at 180 on the 4-hour. We got that yesterday. But we don't have the daily yet. And the daily is the big one. Like if you guys want to see this double in value from where it is now, you got to get up, you know, you got to get up above this 180. You want it to go up to 38, you know what I mean? Like you got to see support here at like this 180-day moving average. It just doesn't happen without it. And yes, I'm doing 180, not 200. I think it's a better one to use, but that's just my own preference. Lots of traders will use 180 and 90 instead of 100 and 200. But it doesn't really matter either way. If you looked at 180 or 200, you're going to see that support was gained here back in January. That's what gives you the additional reaccumulation and then the additional move potentially. So with the volume that we have now, with the amount of pressure, I think it's very possible, even if we got a big pullback at this time, that we probably still continue. So if you're just asking for my opinion, that's my opinion about it. And then someone was joking and Sam said, the if-then tactics. Yeah, it's not, it sounds like a cop-out, but that's the way I think it should be traded right now. I believe it should be traded that way. I don't think you should trade it like this has to happen or that has to happen at this point. I've always been like if-then because I want people to understand confirmation, because that's what protects you in a trade, is like not getting in too quickly to a trade, but like waiting for that confirmation. And honestly, like y'all might be upset that you didn't get in like way down here, but they gave you an in. And that's what I'm trying to say is like, there's always like an in, right? And that was right here when we pushed up that was yesterday. When we pushed up on Monday to 370 and then dropped all the way back down to 315, I couldn't have repeated it more if I wanted to. I think I was very much a broken record all week last week. And all, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't have said it more. I think that if you get that support here over 320, you're going to probably take off. So there was absolutely time, if you were watching the stock, to buy in here. Like, there wasn't like some jump that was, like, oh, I didn't see the confirmation, Booksy. Like, no, it was there. And that's what will make you like a more profitable trader in the end, is seeing those kind of moves. And I already told you on GME, I didn't get in on the bottom. I got in at like $16 to $18 because it made the jump over the major creek. I waited for the jump. I did not get into it before. Does that hurt my bottom line a little bit? I guess. But I'll tell you what it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt my peace of mind to know that, hey, it's already made the move and it's strong. And then you could ride the rest of this. Do I care that much that I got in right there? No. It's still like a 200% move. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to have special inside information to make a good trade with confirmation. So the idea of if-thens, I'm trying to give you like targets that are good for confirmation. It's not just me trying to kick the ball and say, well, I don't really know, so I'm just going to say if-then. And that is kind of true. I mean, there are some of this that like I just don't know. The volume here is super high. What I'm also seeing is a lot of selling. I do see it dropping. That's a positive sign in my book, because when you have this kind of a downward push and you're losing volume, that could be a sign of a potential turn. It's a debatable thing, but I think for the most part, it's usually pretty positive. I'm not really seeing anything here that looks distributive. This to me could be the second bottom, like a support in B. This would be your main support. I don't see it going below the preliminary supply here. So to me, that's not a sign of weakness. That looks okay. It came back down. This is your auto reaction and your support. And then you have a lower low, but it could just be like, again, like a phase B bottom around 880. Does that always work out? Wyckoff stuff? No, I mean, it doesn't. But right now I would just look at it as like, this is my only basic guide. So could this be an LPS after a phase B bottom? Yeah, you may not go back down for a spring. Could you also have a spring? Yeah, you could have a spring. Sometimes a spring comes before the creek cross, like it would be like now. Sometimes it jumps the creek and then then it goes backwards in time. Sometimes you jump the creek and then you actually spring after that, because it'll use that creek jump as like a target. So you come back down. That makes sense. I'm having trouble with this mouse right now. I guess I should just go back to using my pen tool. Sometimes it jumps this creek and then it comes back down for a spring. That's not unusual. The phase B can be really, really slow, can be really, really fast. It's totally up in the air. We actually saw this not even spring at all back in the previous range. It just kind of went up and then that was it, So here's the trend right here. You can see it. It's like pinching. We've got a bit of a wedge. We could go in further if you really want to. You guys want to do that? We'll just do it. Can it even go any higher? 1 to 4 hours? Yeah, but on the weekly, it's not even close. And I would say that during like a squeeze moment, it's probably around 50 or something right now on the weekly. Actually, you know what? Let's check it out, because yesterday it was already at like 40. So I don't know where it is. Why am I talking like I know? No, okay, I was right. It's around 57. So the weekly is definitely breaking out. You can see it. I said it's possible yesterday because we're looking at this as if it's a waveform. I was like, it's possible this doesn't go any further, but it didn't. It broke out. So I think it's out. So again, like this is where I'm talking about like pullbacks. If you have a pullback here, think about this on the term in terms of RSI. Imagine this being like your big move. This is what happened back in January right here. It went all the way up to being overbought on the weekly. It dived back down to nearly 50, the 50. So again, that was during that 50% move, and then it advanced again. And you can see that that was a big part of that was this break here. And we're seeing something kind of similar. By the way, don't you like how like this targeted that bottom like perfectly? I think that was cool. That was a really cool technical bonus there for us. Like it's so perfect. Yeah, look at it. Like it's so nice. You know what I mean? I love that kind of stuff. When it just works for whatever reason. I think it worked because we drew the right line, which was these top two distributive points, and then it finally got there and found support. And that was your low, sort of, I don't want to say spring-like action, but it kind of is. But now you can see on RSI, like for example, yeah, there's a lot more room to go. Like we could just go straight up. But even if we had like a 50% retracement here, that could be a good opportunity for us to kind of find our footing again before like a major advancement back to the top. I mean, just showing you like how this even could echo what we see in price action. It makes sense. Anything that makes sense to me, I always feel like is a little more probable. Because I'm like, yeah, sure, that makes sense. So if we had a pullback right now and this thing, you know, and it, of course, is weekly, so this is going to be not even done until Friday. But if we ended up having some kind of a week-over-week pullback, sure. You know, for all we know, this thing could find a comfortable range to trade in. We're trading a long time up here in the 9s. There's a lot of selling going on, but notice that this shape is much more of like a bounce. That's more bullish. U-shapes tend to be followed by more distributive action. Bounces tend to be followed by more upward action because it's showing you that it's being bought up here. You see that? Doesn't mean it has to go up. It's just typically that's what we see in more of an accumulation action because you're getting those bottoms are getting bought up really fast. Again, all things in their place. Could this come back down and make a lower low than 878? Yeah, because again, spring action certainly is possible. If it were to spring, what I would expect is it to drop here and then come back up above. If that makes sense. It'd have to do that. Those both are actually pretty similar in my book. I don't really think you want to go that high if it's a spring. I think you want to come up and then come back down. I don't know. I'd have to look at this tiny little range too. GME is actually still like kind of more downward. I mentioned it got kind of pinned at 57, so it's got to regain support here and then make another push if it's going to continue. It's got some supports down below near like 43, 44. AMC's a little bit different at this point because it didn't drop as far on the pullback. Like kind of held the top range, whereas GME definitely did not. Or it's either that or it's forming out a much larger range, which is going to have much greater swings. You could decide, I guess. Yeah. Good. Good. Volume is decreasing as well. Yeah, so that's a good sign. So like I was saying earlier that during a pullback, if you have volume kind of dropping back down to, let's call it the average volume, and in our case it's very high, but it's right around here, like this 456 area. Oh, sorry, I don't say 456 because it's on the volume, but you can see like right here around 1030. Volume kind of shrunk. That's right before it dropped down, and that's pretty normal. Like it was coming to the end of the edge of the creek, and it just sort of was like waiting. Sellers took over from there. They're trying to drop it down. price is still really high. It's at 75% up on the day, and it's $9.10. So, I mean, a massive weekly candle certainly looks attractive. It's hugely engulfing. You know, a lot of this is going to depend on how the weekly candle looks in the end. I mean, you have to imagine that this is a smaller chart sometimes, and just do yourself a favor and don't look at it like this is a weekly. Just imagine if you saw this on a 30-minute chart, you know, and this was your 30-minute chart. You'd be like, what the heck? I can't read it. Well, that's because we were talking about like this creek stuff earlier. And I was demonstrating that if it were on a smaller chart, I would totally be expecting it to come up to that $15 range and find support before I thought it was going to continue. And I've made a case for this multiple times, but I've been kind of I've been reluctant to say it today, but I think that this could go up to like the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s potentially, hit that weekly, you know, moving average again. That's sort of like graduating from 4-hour to daily to weekly. The weekly would put us up near that gap fill at like 42. Do I think it's possible? Yeah, because this has been the schematic that I've been using, and I don't know, I always delete it and then redraw it. I guess I need to just leave it on here somewhere and like floating off in space. But the schematic I've been using has been this model schematic where you get a big push, and then you get the cat ears and it drops low. And in our case, it did like a shallow S-curve. And what my normal expectation is here is that you're going to eventually come back up to this level. Typically, I draw it like this because typically you get a reactive move. Like there's at least one jump that happens because you have this massive, here, let's get rid of that for a second. Because you have this like massive channel down. Typically there's like a reactive move that then gets stuffed out because you have to jump over. So you still get what we call, or what I call like an M cross, which is you're jumping the main creek. And our main creek, it's a debate on whether or not you think it's this higher creek here versus this lower creek here versus whether you use extended hours or regular trading hours. But our main creek is kind of up here around like 21. You know, if we hit it in November, it'd be around like 16 to 18. Right now, if we went straight up to it, it'd be around 28 to 30, which is really high, right? And that's great, but that would be where I'd expect there to be a pullback. So this is, again, it's like all these things to me they're kind of like straightforward because I think about it in terms of levels, and like what we've historically seen on AMC is that this has been the consistent pattern. Like this pattern right here is on like almost every other bottom you look at on AMC. Little bottoms, you know, and it's all over the place. And we're seeing it on a massive scale. And we also have this weird drop here because of, I think in some part because of reverse split. But we also noticed, and we noted that if you look at something like Charge Point, it didn't have a reverse split. It still had the same drop in the same exact place at the same exact time right here. And so it's not just AMC because AMC had a reverse split. So a lot of people would make that argument like, oh, it's just because AMC had a reverse split. I was even like that. I was like, oh, is this just because of the reverse split? But then you look at other stocks and you're like, well, part of it, yeah. Part of it's probably because of the reverse split, but I think a large part of it might be because that's where everything was kind of set up with the schematic to drop. And I think it's a really common waveform schematic that we see. So this is kind of what I'm seeing on AMC and why I think that it makes sense that we would advance past, at some point, go past 11. Could take a week or two, but it would make some sense if we want to continue, that you would see something like this, right? And this is, again, there's that check on 12, and then you could advance potentially to that higher target. And that's where I would expect to see some serious questions. This is where you have the make or break moments, right? if this is an ascending accumulation and it's going to break out, what this ultimately results in is usually what looks a little bit like a reaccumulation, sort of like a cup and handle at the end. And this has happened a few times for us. But even if it does break out, that's still not a guarantee that you're going to go high. One of the examples is if you look at this schematic, this is almost exactly what happened. You guys are probably aware. This is almost exactly what it looks like back in, where was it? It's the March run, and I use it a lot because it's this really clear version of the schematic. But if you remember, like we did a low M cross here going into August of 2022. And August of 2022 ended up creating like a new range. I wouldn't say it was brand new because it was kind of there, but it wasn't like really obvious until it hit and then it dropped again. So this could be like still distributive long term, but this move typically is what we see if it can make those jumps across the creek. So for a long time, I've been looking at this schematic as kind of my guide, because usually here, and if you're wondering how I'm drawing it like I am and how I'm getting all these angles right, it's like I've been looking at this for a little while. It's been very consistent, and it's an easy one to draw if you kind of know what to look for. But this is the level that typically we hit, and it's almost always like pretty much perfect. It can be like a 50-50 of this whole move, or it could just be where that drop is. And that's because it's presented both ways in different places on AMC. Frankly, it's I don't want to say it's a crapshoot. It's not a crapshoot, but frankly, it's one of those things that there's maybe 3 targets that you can use. One is like a 50% of this down one where you do a 50% draw through, and you draw that line straight through 50%. The other one is you use the second cat ear, because sometimes that second cat ear, that last up thrust before the bigger drop, that's kind of what I'm using here. For example, on the big schematic, is I'm using that second cat ear here before the big drop. Sometimes you can use that. That ends up being your target. And then the last target is has more to do with what happened right before, because sometimes this target might even go back to a previous level from, like, let's say over here, for example. Like, those are both possible. All 3 of those are possibilities. So in the past, what I've done is I've measured the drop in and used that, and then at other times I've measured this drop in and used that, and then other times, I'm using these angles. And they've all been pretty good. Like, they all give you a decent enough target that's usually possible to hit. So I've got these marked off on here, like slingshot, slingshot, slingshot. Those were the ones I looked at in some of the videos. And early in the year, I said I thought we were maybe going to go to 14. I think the first video I did said, oh, we might go up to 14 and go all the way down to 1. But the reason I said that was because I was anticipating seeing a pop and then a drop, and really seeing this form more like this. Does that make sense? Where you come much lower on the second push and you end up accumulating really low. So that'd be like this. And that has to do with, it's the same exact schematic. It really is. But it has to do with timing, and it has to do with the strength of the setup, etc. Now, we didn't do that, so we didn't make that early up thrust. Instead, we went down low. Do I still think that's a possibility? I guess. It's not impossible. But I'm more inclined to think that if we can find that support high above 11, I don't see why we wouldn't, jump the creek, tap that $11 level, and then just continue up. It seems possible to me that it could be that strong. Given the volume and the current circumstances, it's going to sway my opinion a little bit about it. So my opinion for a long time has been that we will come up. I think that this marker, for lack of a better word, is kind of inevitable, that you get up to this like $70, $80 area. But I don't think what's beyond that has to be inevitable, you know? I think that's a bigger question in my brain. And that's where things kind of fall apart for me, because after that point, I have to go back and look at all these other examples and do comparisons, and I've done that already. You know, I've done days and days and days of just not whole days, but there have been like 5 or 6 hour sessions where I've been sitting here like looking at these two things, and I don't think I'm smart enough to sort of give you the perfect answer. Let's just put it that way. There's too many little like nuances, but I can tell you that my overall feeling about it is that we probably will reach this pink line. And it might even be by elections, or it might be shortly after. And we did the election timing thing, and it was like, that was really funny too, because the election timing kind of suggested we would make this inverted move here. You know what I mean? That we were about to make that move right now. And the timing on it was so funny, because it was literally like the day before we started moving. When we timed it backwards, we were like, oh, well, let's time it out. Because we went from like election, 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 election. And that's what the charge point analysis was mostly about. And it's easier to see it on this chart. Was like this election season thing. And then we were looking at, well, what was the timing in reverse? And it was actually right, which is crazy that something like that could be that precise. And it was something like, I don't know, it was like the day or two before earnings or something, is like, or something like that, or it was like the day or two before April 15th. I don't remember. It wasn't like exactly right, but it was within like a few days. And I was like, well, technically, you know, if we're just using this timing, I remember saying it like, it's already started. The run's already started. But you can see why. I mean, that this kind of stuff makes sense to me because of these massive divergences. We had this on AMC, GME, and ChargePoint, the three that we were kind of comparing with this timing structure that you can see on the right side. Oh, look, there's that diagram again. And this is the breakdown of why I think that diagram makes sense in terms of a waveform, like the structure of it within a waveform pattern plays out like that. And there's different things that we talked about with that. But yeah, so this is nothing new if you've been following for a little bit. But anyways, this is that reversal that I was talking about, and it suggests that you would go up into elections. So the charge point would be here around elections, and AMC would be essentially like, I think the number that we got was the high, like 57, but you know, I guess an easy way to do this would be to look at, if you wanted to get it measured out and you didn't want to have to do all like the complicated stuff that I did, would be to just look at this guy and just copy paste. So look at the trend from the bottom in January to the bottom now, and then draw it to the top. And you can kind of get an idea of like, that's roughly around this period going into next year, up around $70. I hate to say this, it sounds a little bit silly, but I think what might be the goal here would be to hit that to me it's silly because I just think it's like a goofy way to from the money standpoint, I don't know. But it might be that the original all-time high number, that like 76 or whatever it is, that might actually be the target. And that sounds weird, but it just comes up a lot. Like that same area, the 60 to 70 range. The reason I think that's kind of goofy is because we've had so many things happen to the stock. Somebody mentioned it earlier that you've had the ape thing, you've had the reverse split. Like there's no way $70 now equals $70 back then. But it would be kind of serendipitous to sort of get to the same number again, you know. I think that'd be really fascinating to see something like that happen. But I'm easily fascinated, so probably is not like unusual that I would find like that to be interesting. I'm easily enamored by the numbers that come up. I know none of you guys care about this, but my son is like becoming like a math genius. And before you say like, well, maybe he just likes it because you like numbers, Booksy. I don't know, because like I've always been okay at math. But I've also been really good at reading and writing, and he does not like reading and writing. He really struggles with that. We've got to work on that this summer. But he tested, so he's second grade, right? So they make him test, and they just check their reading level. It's not like the reading level and their math level. It's not like a, standardized test. It's just sort of a grade, because they don't do that until like third grade where I live. He was like, apparently he's like doing math at like the fifth grade level, which is really quite impressive. And I knew he was good at it, but that test, I was like, really? Fifth grade? That's like way beyond where you are now. Something about it just really clicks for him. I hope he can take advantage of that. Like most kids, he wants to be like a space traveler. He loves space. But I think he legit could be like an astrophysicist. I really do. Like, there's a lot of math in that. I think if he keeps up with it and he really likes it, it might be one of those things that, and that sounds crazy for me to say that, because I don't want him to like think he has to do something like that. He can do whatever he wants. Anyways, I just want to brag on my kiddo for a second, I guess. Yeah, so this would suggest you get there sometime April, and it's like $70. This is just a really basic way to kind of look at this. It looks like 68. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and look at where that is. It's like the previous takeoff level too. It's a perfect rotation. I mean, it really is. It just, timing-wise, I think that's always been a bit of an enigma to me. So, yeah, all right. So we didn't get, at least in my opinion, we didn't get what I would call like a spring. It looks like an LPS. It could be a localized spring. You can see here, there's a drop beneath the, I mean localized, like tiny. If you look back, we got the little gap fill, then we're advancing again. You can see that there's like a localized kind of drop of this trend. It's probably a spring-like action. I'm going to turn off this snapping tool. So I'm looking at the 1 minute on AMC, and this is what I mean. This looks like the support, and then it dropped below support. There's an M cross. See that? Really small little M cross. What do you know? There's that shape again, right? This little shape right here. You can see that shape right in the present action. And I would argue that it really starts before here, but you can see that double down approach, and then there's a low M cross as it jumps the creek, and now it's advancing again. We did not get a low for the bigger range, so it was 100% like localized for that small 1 minute area. You see that? So it's pretty nice. It's a clean like move. It also now is jumping this creek, which makes sense because if it is a bullish micro range, and I'm again looking at this little 1 minute range, if it's a bullish micro range, you would expect it to basically make a move all the way back up to here, to this creek that's ascending, and that would place you right in the right spot for an SOS here. Does that make sense? This is almost always how it works in a range setup that's bullish. So if it's bullish, you should make an advancement here, and I would say it doesn't need to go above 1063, but it needs to advance at least beyond this top first, 1051. And then you have the question of like, well, what about a backup? Backups are possible. So what a backup is it comes all the way back down to the creek. That's not always something that happens, but it happens sometimes. And it's in some of the schematics that you look at, which is basically like you come back down to the creek, you reaccumulate, and then you push up. It's kind of a slower way to advance, but it's still an advancement. So either way, if this is bullish on this little micro, you would see something similar to this. Either one of those is possible. If this is bearish on the micro, and for some reason I've like misread this, you probably would see it reject here. I don't think it would go beyond this creek here. You could see it reject early. I'll make it a different color. This is very, very, very micro range. I'm doing like a 1 minute. So it's not like I'm talking about the big picture. This is where you might see, though, if it was to be distributive here on the local, you could see this come down, and this is where maybe you could find that low spring. I know it looks really bad. It doesn't have to be like way over here, but that would be a simple enough way to understand it. Where it rejects now, it's already halted again, but it rejects now at like $9, or it rejects up at like 10.30. And then it could come back down below 871. Because on the big picture, you know, you have to imagine like this is the small range. It goes from like 879 up to 1063, right? So that's kind of working itself out. You've got those supports built in. It looks like it's gaining some support. It's jumped like a little local creek. It's now testing the more localized one. So you've got a few different possibilities here. But then on the bigger picture, it's kind of like, well, maybe that's your AR. That would be your first support. This would be your second support. This could just be an LPS where it's not going to go back down lower. That's like what I'm talking about here with these yellow guys. I have these yellow lines that go up basically above 1066 and just take off. But it's not impossible, and it's not even that bad if this were to come back down. On the big picture, I don't see that as a negative. I think it's just jumping a creek and then coming back down, and then that could be where you get a liquidity grab. All depends on the needs for liquidity. You might be looking at volume today thinking, we don't need liquidity, Booksy. And you could be right, you know. We haven't had a lot of major spring actions here. We've had a lot of very simple, like maybe this could be considered a spring. I think it's probable. This like little head and shoulder we got end of day yesterday definitely looked like that, and it advanced afterwards. It was a pullback to a lower level of support that we hadn't really been checking. So we made higher lows, and all of a sudden we jumped down really far. It's a dive for liquidity. So you can think about it like a downward thrust if you don't like the idea of a spring, because maybe spring has a bad taste in your mouth at this point. But a downward move in order to gain liquidity sometimes does happen. So whether it's a proper spring or not. So we're unhalted, advancing again. I mean, it's looking good overall. I mean, we're sitting at $10, so lots of positive. Short interest is going up. Yeah. Well, they may do a share offering, or they may just wait. I mean, a share offering is kind of like a share offering at this point is kind of like a get out of jail free card if they can do it. Tazzy says, I think we can move back to 13 in a day. No, I don't doubt it. I just think this is kind of ranged out right now, so we need to see it kind of have that continuation. I'd be questioning the short interest going up because that's a delayed number, if that makes sense. Like short interest reports are only like every 2 weeks. So the stuff that you see on like Ortex, like there's short interest release dates. Like they basically have dates where they release some of that information. We used to track it a lot. But the Ortex data is it's like a formula that's meant to kind of predict it. So it may be correct, it may not be. That's why they have corrections to it every few weeks. Yeah, I mean, I figured we'd be kind of struggling here. This is where the daily is, so. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not particularly worried at this point. I traded out of my options contracts this morning, not because I didn't think it was possible that I could keep running, but just because for me, like that was way beyond my goal. Never thought I would get it like in a 2-day move. I might re-enter some just to play them, similar value. That way I'm not like worried if I'm losing something, but I wouldn't, and I'm not even like sure it'd be wise to do it right now with the volatility jacked up like it is. So it would have to be something like a even longer term, whatever. You think we end up with 8 to 10 as our new floor? Well, I'm hoping so. This is kind of like a so far so good situation. It looks okay. It looks to me like it rejected here on that upward creek, but then it found support. It's just teasing it out. We haven't gotten any real confirmation yet. This is a very micro range, but this looks like it's kind of rejected first on that hook, but it advanced back into this range pretty far, so we'll see. Maybe it holds. I told you all I didn't really think it mattered too much at this point if it came back down. I would anticipate if it comes back down, you could see a pretty massive sell-off that goes lower, but that could just be like a spring-like action. I say massive, I mean like from 10 down to like 850, which is a big range. So do I think this could be a floor? Sure. I think it needs to be. If you go back and you look at, and we're doing all this stuff kind of on the nose here because obviously we want the answer. But when we look at what happened yesterday, a lot of those tests were on those previous highs. They were right here at like 493, $5, 493 again. I mean, you have these really consistent highs here. This was like 480. And those are all the numbers that we kind of hit yesterday, end of day, and we held above them. And I said that was really bullish. The reason I was thinking that was because that's the top of this previous range here. So whenever you come above a previous resistance and then you hold it as support, naturally that's a good thing. So if you go back and you look at where we had the same kind of thing in this upper range, we're sort of in the middle of it right now. You could argue maybe the shoulders, as low as the shoulders around 1076. We're not there yet. And so my question is, are we just teasing out this as support? And it seems like that's the case. If you go and look back, you see where we had that drop? Well, that was a previous support and resistance line, maybe like a 50% for this top range here, which runs from, let's say, 890 up to 1140 roughly. The middle line there was 994. That seems to be kind of where we're camped right now. So it's hard to see because this is happening so fast, but look at this chart on the left-hand side if you're able to watch. And I'll do a little doodle here because remember what just happened is we had this, I'm just going to expand it out. We had this double push up and now we're kind of chopping and we went all the way down to like 880, right? Which again, that's good. That's an old creek line that we have and it's a support because it's from this bottom. So you could argue like it's a double support there. But now we're just sort of chopping between 880 and 1063. So I'm drawing it out like wide, a little bit wider so you can kind of see it. And then when we came back down, we didn't go as low. But you would say we're just kind of consolidating here. Does that make sense? So let me change that to white. So my biggest concern right now is we're kind of getting that pinning action, and I don't want it to pin. we want it to get over this moving average. And you can see, like, again, I'm trying my best to give you like a helicopter view, but also include the micro. This is what just happened, although it's all squished up together, right? This is what's happening. And so you can look back and you can say, yeah, it makes sense. So I think if we found support at 999, which is where we are now, we could see it push up from here, because that would be like what happened in terms of like pushing off the upper 50% line, or pushing off the 50% line to the upside. So this was the upper quadrant, if you will, of this much larger range, the upper top half. We already traded that lower portion quite a bit. So the danger here is that if you don't find support and you reject, that's why I think we could see it dip low down to like 850, because that's where you have the possibility of a spring in this current time frame. That's what we're looking at with this red line down here to like 850. Why does that make sense? Well, look at the big picture, because that's also a previous support and resistance marker from like way back here. And then if you look at the range right below it, you can see that that has almost no liquidity traded in that little pocket right there from back in September. So everything that's happening right now is happening relative to, I believe, what happened previously. And then when you're looking at this as just a range, yeah, we went really high, but remember to expand it out and just think about, because on the daily you're only going to see like this one bar. Just think about this price action in terms of liquidity, and suddenly it's like, yeah, sure, we could come down to like 860. That could be a floor. Or we could just LPS, right, which is you don't come down lower. But if that's the case, what that means is that either that liquidity is not needed, not necessary, there's not enough sellers, for example, to push it down, et cetera, et cetera. And ultimately, we'd be taking off again from like probably this like 921 area. Usually, those kinds of things come back around. So it would be like the same spot. Like they still find buyers there, and you take off from the same spot. And this turns into a much longer term like creek jump. That would be like an LPS scenario. So the only real difference is like one of these goes low, dips into this low liquidity. It finds support. I would venture probably there. It could really be as low as, frankly, it could be as low as like 820, because those are the places we had rejection and support back here. So 820 is a possibility, and then I would say the next strong possibility is probably 850. So those could provide really strong supports for us if we weren't going to go down further. So if the goal right now is to just shake out some short sellers, shake out some, and no, sorry, not short sellers, shake out some shorts. No, shake out some sellers, specifically people who are just selling off positions, and just let them kind of absorb, right? And then you move forward from there, and the goal is to continue up to like our main high target, which is way up here at like 15. Then yeah, either of those works really well. Whether you have an LPS again around 925, I think is a possible answer, you know, or you have a low. Those are my estimations. They don't have to be met. My expectations don't have to be met all the time, believe it or not. But that's what I'm seeing with this range. It's kind of like so it's following here right now. So I was saying if this was somewhat distributive, you might see kind of a head fake to the upside. It hit the mark right on the dot and then turn down. And this could be seen as kind of negative for this little range, perhaps. But it's not really negative for the bigger range, because the bigger range could use a second push down. 825 is a fib level as well. Well, there you go. That might be where we're going. So I don't see it as bad either way. Both of those are possible places to stop, is what I'm trying to say. They're both healthy places to stop. It makes sense. Right? At the end of the day, you want 994, you want to jump. I think 994 is probably going to be one of those levels that we really want to see us find support on. Like, we want to see a hit on 994 at some point, because I believe that that's going to be a really critical point when we talk about intercepting. Well, it just is. When you divide a range in half and then you divide it in half again, it's always the same. It's basic mathematics. That's what a lot of that GAN stuff is based on. If you look at GAN, it's all like quarter system. So you're dividing and then you're dividing again. It works really well for levels anyways. So I think 925 might be significant. I think 994 might be really significant. And then, of course, the big thing for me right now, and I've mentioned it early in the stream and a couple other times, is just I think that all of that is fine, but it's really all about this. Like, it's all fine in terms of how you understand a range, but at the end of the day, I think it's really about this guy. I think it's about this ultimate big creek idea of EMA. And EMA lines are very important. You know, I've got this drawn out here. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet. But you would have to see it jump this EMA at some point. You know, so this is my estimation for, again, if this happened, this is what it might look like. And this all makes sense. So it's crazy how you know, I've drawn these lines in the past and you have all these intersections and different things. And now, like, you're looking at it and you're like, well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened and where they ended up going. But that's not the case all the time. I mean, a lot of times we get these trajectories and then it doesn't ever go. So you have to have the right combination of setup and follow through. And in this case, we got the follow through. So you're getting what looks like all this stuff. Looks like I'm clairvoyant or something because I had all these things marked off. It's not really the case. It's just that they're always there. The setup is always presenting itself bearish and bullish, and then you have the follow through. And if the follow through works out, you hit those marks, which is good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, you know? So, yeah. Yep. So it's going to be a bit of a day. It looks like we're halting and just, you know, left and right. And then now that the halting is kind of done, we're kind of just chopping. So we're going back. This is a backup. We'll see if the backup holds. So I did draw this line straight down, but technically on the short term, this is like a push with a backup to the creek. This could just be an LPS. So technically it could still be going. I know you guys are like, well, that's great. That's a whole nother situation, because you just got like 17 lines drawn. Of course, it's going to follow one of them. Yeah, but this is more of like a waveform where you're jumping. You haven't gotten enough buyers yet, or, you know, there's still selling happening, and you come to a backup. If buyers buy in, you see another advance. You would come up again, excuse me, to this creek, and potentially break out, but I don't know. If it fails, then you're just back in the same situation you were already in. This is why I don't trade like micro BS, because at this point, you're looking at tiny little support levels like 952, and you're just trying to catch bottoms like left and right. I mean, it's going to move so fast. You're just trading on the pennies. Not really worth it to me to do that. Yeah, and then we have to look at all kinds of other stuff, you know. So it didn't get the break here. Instead, we went down, which, you know, was a possibility. So we can look at this helicopter view, or we can just kind of gently draw like a simple line if you just want to see it. So it looks like it's kind of just pinching and breaking down. You know, keep it simple at this point. Wait and see what happens. The daily 180 is up here around 1066. I think it probably has moved a little bit. It's hard to tell those kinds of things. Just eyeballing it. Looks like it's flattened out a little bit, and I think I was right around 1066. So that makes sense because this is the top of the range that we're in. So it's up here, you know, right above here. So it makes sense that we're kind of camping beneath it to see if sellers are going to take the bait or if sellers are going to take it down. You're testing the waters for sure. If it holds and we get back over 1089, we get back over that daily 180, I'm pretty bullish at that point. Like, I'm bullish on continuation. If we can't get back over that moving average, the daily, I don't say I'm necessarily like bearish, but I'm like of the opinion that at that point, this is on the table again. Like going back down even to gap fill is on the table again because you have like an apparent weakness if you can't advance again. That's the way I would understand it. Like, okay, for some reason, it would be kind of obvious, right? We were up 100%. Sellers are just too dominant. There's not enough follow through with buyers. So then we go down and we try to find liquidity. And I think at that point, you're kind of wondering, well, how low do you go? And that's another question, right? I've got a couple things. One's 925 for an LPS potentially, 820 to 850. Those are localized options. For, let's say you can't advance yet, it's failing to advance here. The volume is dropping still, but I'm not seeing buyers pick up the volume either. So we haven't really made a decision yet. We're just kind of chopping here. We've made a big M cross. We made a tiny M cross. So we're going to wait and see. And then once that decision's made, then we can kind of move from there. This is sideways action in a range. Technically, I think we're still in like phase B. I think this is like it could be that this is like a localized spring, like on this tiny area, but micro ranges are notoriously difficult to read, which is why I don't usually look at a 1 minute chart. Because like they're pennies, you know? I mean, you're looking at the difference between this and this. I mean, it's just really small value changes for bottoms. And I find them to be kind of challenging. And frankly, like they're a part of another range. So you're looking at it like it's just one piece of a bigger setup. So I am looking at this micro range between 1062 down to 876. I'm waiting to see if we're going to gain support here and then head back up, or if we're going to go ahead and drop. And if we go ahead and head back up, we may be in a different situation on the bigger picture. But I'm also including pre-market action at this point because it's so much volume. I think it's very important at this point to include that price action. And then on the big picture, I'm just trying to remind myself of the levels here. So it's just simple stuff, but I'm looking at the top area as being, you know, about 1069, 1070 which is again right where that daily 180 is. We're seeing that come up quite a bit. I mean, that's going to be the level to beat for sure for the bull side. So about 1080 up to maybe about 1140, and then low end. I'm really thinking that we could be at the low end right now, but if we needed to go down for liquidity, my guess is sub 890. So somewhere between 850 and 890, and 820 is on the table because it was a previous support and resistance back here. You can see that's where we dropped. We found the launch and the drop from that point at 820. So the ranges aren't really that big. They're pretty small. It's just determining like where we're going to go now. We're just kind of wedging it out. And I mentioned it early in the stream. I don't want to be a broken record here, but that's kind of my thing, right? Is I've already hit the first two targets that I had in mind. So I had the target here, this intersection around 530. My second target was the intersection, which I anticipated would be much later, around 1174. Both of those have already hit. With the amount of volume and everything we have, I think it's very possible we're just going to continue to advance. I've got a next target up here around like 1571. You know, at this particular point in time, it's very difficult for me to make a case to say that we just continue, but mainly because I think that once we make a push here, we might get a push. Even if we did get a push, I guess I should say it this way. If we got to push up to like the 20s or 30s, that sounds really crazy to me, and I think it's not out of the realm of possibility. But if we did, I still think at that point you would need to come back and show that you have support on the daily, because we've never taken off. We really only have January as an example, but during January, that massive pullback we had going into February, that was 2021, right? That would as the best example we have, but it's kind of the only big one. And then in August, you also had a pullback here right around that moving average, and then you advanced again. But it specifically would, looking back on it, I have to look at January and say, yeah, I don't really care if it goes way up there. That's great. I'm happy for people who are able to trade that, but ultimately we need to come back, and because it represents like a major creek. And I mentioned earlier, there's kind of a yin-yang here, but you can see like this was support, and I'll change that color. And there's a lot of things we could look at as to why I think this is possible, but this was support, and then this was your resistance. And so the creek is somewhere in the middle here, and I think we're kind of testing it right now. It makes sense that we were intersecting all this stuff. That's why we had it on the chart. We had the 4-hour 180, and we had the 4-hour daily on our chart for a little while, because I was anticipating the move would happen and we would hit those two spots. So day one, we hit 4-hour, we found support. Day two, we've hit the daily, but we haven't found support. We're sitting underneath it. And if you need to know the number for your own account, it's about 1060 to 1070. It's hard to tell because I don't have I guess I could try to like finagle it on here, but I think you can do that. But I'm just using two different time frames. Makes sense? AMC traded the entire float in 2 hours. Yeah, there's a lot of trading happening for sure. So there's a lot of people who are concerned about share offerings and dilution and stuff. A lot of the stuff that we saw happen in June, if you guys remember that June run up, there was that offering and then it was completed, and that's not out of the realm of possibility either, that there's some kind of an offering that's announced and then completed at the end of it all. But I'm not aware of anything just yet, so I'm not going to talk about that too much. I need to take a quick break real fast. We'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take a quick break. Hang on. Alrighty, I'm back. It's funny. It's always like funny to see how many people like leave when you're not talking actively. He's not covering it. I'm a human being, you guys. I have to go to the bathroom and get something to drink and get something to eat. I'd help my wife get some stuff into the car. She's heading off to work. It's like life. I'm just living life. I can't always be like nonstop. There are days where I've like talked for like 6 hours nonstop. And yeah, I don't think that's good for your anything. I don't think it's good for your body. This is funny. So like, cause I like left and like 100 people left the stream. Like, screw this guy. He's not talking. All right. Like I said earlier, I'm really not super concerned if this drops. I know it looks bad. It's not bad. So this jump already happened. I think we're looking at this guy, this outer guy. And at the end of the day, this is a really small, kind of a microcosm. It's really small. Microcosm. What are you saying? Speak English, Booksy. Look, the problem here is that when it went up, it didn't jump this guy. So when you're looking at the difference between the two, it was really right here. Like that little mark is the main difference. If this had advanced high early, you would have had enough buyers. This probably would have just advanced. That would have been your jump. But we already knew going into this area that was a probable resistance. So I said pretty quickly that this is also a possibility because it would give you like a larger spring action potentially. So at this point, I'm not particularly concerned. It's a weird range. I don't know if you don't include the extended hours, it really just looks like this micro drop. They want to just keep hearing the price. They don't want you to pop. You mean poop? Gosh, I'm sorry. We're all grown-ups here. Y'all know what happens to humans. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna make poop jokes. Don't worry. But I had to go to the potty. What are you, 2? Well, yeah. So this is just an S curve down. Little micro S curve. I think it's probably finished. This price action right here, as I'm talking about, it looks like a little micro S curve. So it rejected on that push, and therefore it doesn't advance. So again, like, does this make it really bad, where it looks really bad? No, because again, at the end of the day, everything has to be put into its place. You can look at the market as just, oh no, it's going down, or you can just look at it and say, well, what does that mean? And I think that right here, it's pretty straightforward. Like, I didn't draw both the M shapes, but it's a double M shape. It's a jump over some creek somewhere. Anytime you see that, there's a resistance that's being pushed. It's a sine wave, which means that there is a resistance being pushed. So this is the first cat ear right here. And then you've got the little M way down bottom. That's the second cat ear. But it's not like the big one, right? It's just like a lower cross. So it's bringing you into the second one. And then this is actually the next ear. So it rejected. So the earliest possible price was met. And this is where things get kind of sticky because you have to look at the high here. So I'm going to look at the high here, see what it is. It says high of 1035. Yep. So 1035 was where it hit that mark. And then this actually has a high of 1034. So that's where your distribution comes into play. So it went back above one of the supports and then just sold off. So if you're wondering, like, well, how in the world did you know that that's where a distribution could start? I didn't know that for sure, and the only way you would really be able to tell is if it hit that mark and went slightly too high, and it went 1 penny too high. which might sound silly to some people, but that's a real thing. Like in a tight range like this, 1 penny is the difference between a sell-off and a follow-through. So if this had only come up to like 1030, for example, and not 1035, you might have had more of a chance that this could rebound. But because it came slightly too high and didn't continue, you basically just tested the resistance and you had this big pullback. So my anticipation at that point is, yeah, it's probably going to come down, which is why I had the red line drawn like this. I think I had it drawn like here. So I'll like leave that the way it was. I'm not mind reading. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just watching the overlay. So now I'm looking at this as a waveform pattern, right? So if you want to look at it again in a more simple way, kind of like what I was doing on the big picture, you could just take I could use a curve or whatever, and you could say, look, this is where that creek was right here that was jumped. There's some kind of resistance here. There's some kind of downward pressure, and there wasn't enough support here, right, when it kind of reached that creek to keep it upright. So if you're looking at it from a sort of a basic point of view and you're trying to determine, like, what do you mean by creek? Why would you think it's at this level or that level? I just happen to know, because of sine waves, this is not an exclusive mathematical principle to Booksy. Everybody can do sine wave analysis, but one of the big things in sine waves is that cross shape, and I use that with the M cross like all the time. It's very simple and a very effective way to understand the movements that are going on, because if this was super strong, what would have happened? And I don't think it's not strong, so don't get me wrong. What I mean is, if it were going to go into LPS mode, what would have happened is that it would have respected this area here, you know what I mean, on the other side of this cross. And instead, it bled back down beneath that previous one, which causes a big sell-off, and you see the sellers step back in. But on the big picture, you have to keep in mind that, like, this could just be a spring action for a much larger range. And that's kind of what I was getting at over here, is that, yeah, like, it doesn't look great, but if you can dip down below the floor, you might have a possibility of a spring action sooner than later today. So what am I looking for now? Well, now we just adjust. Like, this is not irrelevant. This might still be relevant in the future. This one's not irrelevant. It might still be relevant in the future, this blue line. But I don't think that those are going to be the most relevant pieces here right this second. What makes more sense to me would be this previous support and resistance, which is around 930. You remember how we said 925 might present itself as a possible support? And the reason we were talking about that was because that's where we took off back in. So this is more like context clues, right? We took off in October, on October 30th, when we went up. I think it was on the 30th, something like that, 30th or 31st, when we went up to the highs again. So that was a previous buy-in zone. So I said that maybe 925 will be important later, because in the past, that's provided us enough support to see a takeoff. So this could be, you know, a liquidity pop that's like a head fake to the downside. Could be that we're not quite done with downside. We really don't know until we jump these creeks. So now I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, okay, well, this is crappy, because this is now providing, I'm going to assume that this is kind of the bottom here for now. You see this lower creek coming down and then this support, but you can see how there's an intersection. And notice how clean it is when it comes back up. It's like a constantly moving entity. It's like constant support and resistance, but you can see how these two arcs have really defined. And they're based on these crosses that you're seeing. So I'm going to just go ahead and assume that that's probably the bottom. And if it's not, then we'll draw something else out, that this is the M cross. But I'm going to really focus right here on this guy. So you can see there's an intersection. We've got to maybe drag it down a little bit. It looks like it got lowered slightly. It should be at 930 or 931. we're getting closer to 930, the selling starts up again. It looks like it's kind of dropped. So resistance is making advances. So they're making higher, or I guess you would say lower highs. So that's your sellers making lower highs or selling off. So these guys, that's defining like a downward movement where they're pushing that resistance down. And that's where you can just draw like a simple trend line, usually to where that S curve bows out right here. That's the farthest point. If and when it crosses that trend, that's where you should get a decent pickup in volume on the buyer side, because it says that the trend is reversed. Simple, right? Then you also have this uptrend now that, much like what we just did up here, it's the same two lines. So if you guys are wondering, like, are these, like, why are you have like all these lines going everywhere? Well, this and this defined what happened next. And now we're doing the same exact thing, but we're doing it like lower and a little larger. So we're using the second ear. The first ear was already like finished. It hit the top, went a little too high and dropped. The second ear is still like kind of in formation here. So now it's the result of the second ear. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but whatever. Sorry. Like, this is the first waveform, and it's defined by these creek lines. I don't know why I'm trying to like explain this so much. I guess I want to get across what I'm doing so people aren't like completely lost. Like, this is a weird way to analyze the chart. No, it's just waves. So there's the first wave right here. And now we're looking at another one, and you can see that this one is, I've got it drawn out with the red markers. This one's also a big part of a larger range, which is kind of interesting. So here's got waveform number 1. And then waveform number 2. I'm trying to make this one white and the other one red. So there's wave 1, and that's built around this first structure. Wave 2 is built around kind of the larger structure and the second one. And that one, we can get rid of this guy if it's confusing. I was just using that to show you, like, that's where now the support is, and now it's been lost again. That one is, as you can tell, like, starts here, advances, right, comes down, and now we're going to see if it can cross, just like this one did, cross over and advance to this next red marker. And you can see that if it did that, it would change the dynamic to some degree right here of this setup, because if it were to make that advancement, and it has to jump, if it doesn't jump, then there's no move. But if it did make that advancement, it could push you over this original trend again, right? And this is often how we see these setups kind of build out. And sometimes unfortunately, we get that hook, right? We've talked about that quite a bit, where you get the M and then the hook at the end. And that's a distributive action. This becomes an LSPY or whatever, and then it goes lower, right? That's a possibility. But that's where we would look at the difference between that setup and then a bullish setup in the same range, which then includes the whole picture here. And we would say, like, okay, well, that might be true, but couldn't this be just like a spring action? Yeah. I mean, we don't know if this is even as low as it's going to go yet. But if it is a spring action, maybe we're getting a retest and we advance, and then you could get this kind of a jump, and then all of a sudden you're ready to go, back towards the top. And that's where you get the difference in the two, right, is the advancement of this creek here, which I think I did a diagram. I think I actually did a diagram for this a couple streams ago, because I was trying to get across how, like, that's not it's not a given just because the first creek breaks or the second creek breaks. I'm not seeing it. It must have been on the other charge point chart. But the idea of the cat ear is typically distributive, but the concept behind it changes when you jump back over the ear mark, like kind of that breakdown mark, that trend, that's when all of a sudden like you get a shift and it goes back to being really bullish. It almost always comes down if it's going to go for a spring. But what about like a major distribution, Booksy? Because I'm getting nervous. You know, you're talking about all this stuff locally, like it could be this, it could be that. But you're just talking about lines, and you're talking about waveforms. You're not necessarily talking about like volume and other things that could be really important. And you're right. There are other things at play here. You know, when we look at the big picture, at the end of the day, your concern on the micro, this is kind of what I'm seeing, right? And I think that's all there is to it. Like I wouldn't add anything else to that. I'd just be like, yeah, that's it. But this line that we've drawn on the red here is also shared. It's a shared mark. So you can see right here, like it's shared with this kind of major trend down now. So this becomes really crucial in the case of a spring-like action, because if it does have this sell-off, and it looks like we're not even like advancing right now, we're kind of just selling off. So I don't want to hold my horses on this kind of call out right here, but I'm going to put it over to the side for just a second. But even if you had this kind of sell-off, it's possible if once you jump over this trend that then you get the reversal, even if you're down. So we're headed to 460 to 650 before pushing up to 11. Yeah, and I think I mentioned that 650 is not out of the realm of possibility this morning. That's where the gap was in pre-market. I think that on the big picture, I still think that 820 to 850 could provide that spring. As I mentioned, you got to look at the levels, and I'm not trying to ignore one chart for the other. Like if I see this chart going down, I'm going to then defer to my larger chart, because those levels that we marked off I think are really important, right? So like the previous levels around 850 and 820, those were both areas that either we didn't trade a lot in, so the liquidity might be lower and it might be a need to go for it, or those are areas where we had previously found support and resistance. So like 820 is a big one. This kind of makes it look like 830. But I think I had it lower because I was going for the candle body, not the wicks. Yeah, I was going for the candle bodies here and here. This is back in October and November. And it's around 822. So that to me seemed like a possibility, because that was a place that you'd previously found a really important breakout. It is unfortunately dropping back into the lower range. It looks like maybe it's the 50% of the lower range. So I know I've been breaking these up into quadrants quite a bit, but I think it's necessary to do that. And I think that's probable. Yeah, it's probable that it's roughly like halfway up the range here. You see that? So right around 820 is about halfway. So if I were going to dip down for a spring and get low liquidity, I mentioned earlier, like this is probably what I would try to do, is like come down here. So I'm not of the opinion that anything we're seeing right now is super unusual. Gap fill is 635. Maybe. I mean, the idea of a giant gap here definitely makes it seem like you would be dropping really low today. I'm still kind of thinking that like we may get that second advance. We may go ahead and advance up to 15 before we have that 50% retrace. I don't know. I'm going to wait and see. So now we're at 821, 822. So this is the area where I think you could see a major kind of dump if it's around this area. And I'm going to use the markers on this 1 minute chart instead, because you can see it a little bit better. So on the 1 minute chart, it looks like it's right about here. I'm using these little flat regions before and after the takeoff. It actually looks more like 810. which is kind of where we're sitting. So we'll see. If nobody buys here, then yeah, it's just going to sell through it. And I'd have to then look at the next levels down, which looks like 760 here. Maybe it's 771. That's where we took off. Again, if you did the M cross, there's a support. There's three. One's at 725, one's at 773, the other's at 822. And these are all the levels I think we hit probably in that pre-market after hours business. So one of them is at 817. That one broke already. We're at 812. I mean, it's not impossible. We dip a little below it and then go above, but I think it's busted. At least from what I'm seeing. It's a pretty solid candle, solid volume. The next one's at 771. So this is kind of unfortunate because 770 it looks really different on this chart. I wonder if it's using this low resistance instead of the support. But I think 775. I like that better. I know it doesn't really make a lot of heads or tails of what we're seeing on the 1 minute chart. But yeah, so this unfortunately looks like it's done what I didn't want it to do, which is kind of go down into a distributive mode. A spring action is not out of the question, but if it goes too low, the spring is it's like a negation of the spring, where like basically you've lost your momentum for a possible spring. And the best way to do that I've seen ever is like point and figure charts. I don't know how to read a point and figure chart correctly. I probably should learn. But usually they give you like a pretty simple, like here's the... So this is distributive, which is fine. But like the big picture, right? You've got this big nasty drop right here. And you're kind of left wondering like, well, what happened, right? Well, you're going back to another preliminary supply zone right here. And we talked about how that could be around 820 to 850 for a spring. We're not seeing that because it dropped below that. It's at $8 right now. $8 is near where we had high liquidity. I mean, it's right there. You can see that super high liquidity was traded here back in September into October. So what would that tell me? Not a whole lot. I think we halted. But basically that we've got a pocket here where you might get a lot of buy and sell orders because it's been previously traded a lot, or if it's really been exhausted, then you're just going to skip it. And it's either or. Sometimes in a spring we go just below high liquidity. That's why I thought maybe we'd go right below here. But now that looks like it would be really low. It looks like it'd be like 720. So kind of a bummer. Oh well. Yeah. And I'm not looking at fib retracements, but I'm sure they're like Fibonacci numbers as well. They usually are. Let's check GME. Well, GME is holding, but the structure of it looks much the same as AMC. We'll see. I don't think GME can go down as far without kind of losing its uptrend. You can kind of tell what I'm talking about here. Like if it were to drop in the same way that AMC is dropping and it were to go down to 38, it would have broken out of its trend, which would indicate, at least for the time being, that it's hit some kind of a top. And then you'd go back through the process here of like some kind of reaccumulation possibly. Do you see what the difference is? Like AMC has a lot of space, in my opinion, before it kind of gets to, and maybe it doesn't, I don't know. I'm kind of drawing this. Why do I have that one drawn? I don't know. I don't like that trend though. I think it already broke its trend. Yeah, I think that's what just happened here. Yeah, it's right on that rejection point. I should have redrawn that this morning. Oops. You guys are like, you suck, Booksy. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Yeah, it's already dropped its main uptrend, which is probably getting a big sell-off. That happened right when we hit like 1035. I still felt like that range could have worked itself out. And even still, it's like, look, I get it. That was a rejection on the daily 180. So even still, like we already knew that was a big consideration. Like it was definitely one that we didn't want to lose, and then we lost. If you're bullish and you want that immediate retrieval back up, or that immediate move back up, I should say. We were just analyzing that little micro range. We already knew that was distributive. So we really didn't like learn anything new by thinking about this as like a breakdown. It's not a big deal. Like that wouldn't have aided me any, I guess what I'm trying to say. It is what it is. So it did reject 180. It did reject here in this localized area. I'm really thinking about this a big giant region now. I'm wondering if this is like a larger auto reaction to this buying climax that we got in pre-market. And we may have to just form like a larger range. So yeah. So we bounced a little bit here after the halt. I'm not really seeing any reason to suspect it's going to keep going back up. And looking at this, it looks like this is positioned fairly low. I don't know, y'all. I don't feel like a 50% retrace or something like that is out of the question. I've been saying it all morning, so I don't feel like there's a big reason to cause for alarm here. We also have a huge gap beneath us, so there's going to be a lot of people selling. You know, we just got to stick to what we know and what we can see and what seems to be the more like common sense approach to it. And we were looking at this saying, well, it does look like it could distribute down. Maybe it can catch around the 820 to 850 range. If it can find support here, especially right around that 820, you could see it just go ahead and revive and recover. And that's in the event that this is some kind of like spring-like action. It follows, and it would have to follow if you want this to be bullish, bullish reaction. It has to follow that this then breaks above the main downward resistance. So could this be like an S-curve down and then there's an auto reaction? Sure. But you have to get back above. I would say at this point, we're looking at 880. So one step at a time, right? So I think support over 880, I'm trying to clean my chart up a bit. Support over 880 could give you enough of a boost to lift you back up. Anything else for right now, I think we're probably going to just chill out and head back down. Because I don't think we could anticipate anything great happening locally unless we got this cross. Sometimes, and like we saw in this example, sometimes you get this working out on a much larger scale where this might reject until it comes down low and then it has like a big reaction and it goes across. And this is one of those things that, this is kind of what happened on Friday. Actually, this is actually almost exactly what happened yesterday. I'm going to scoot back for just a second. I know we're looking at the price. It's 818. I'm kind of keeping my eye on the price in the corner of the screen. I'll let you know it's at 814, 806, so it's dropping pretty rapidly. But this is kind of what happened near the end of the day on Monday, and I think it's also what happened on that Friday. Yeah, because like on Friday, we got this, I still have that on my chart. You see this? This is crazy because this is what I drew out, this yellow for Friday. I thought this might happen. I left the stream early. But do you see that lower M? Do you see that lower M shape right here? And that happened at like the very end of the day. So it would have been really easy to miss. And then the same thing happened on Monday, in my opinion. You've got the same jump and support. It's not quite the same in terms of shape, but it's the same jump and support, and it happened like very, very end of the day. Here you have the jump and the support, So what does that mean? I don't know. It doesn't mean that it has to happen 3 days in a row, 3 trading days in a row. But it could mean that you don't see this kind of price movement until near the end of the day. There could be a positioning that's happening because of this major push up, 100% up, you know. And then you see this climb maybe at the very end of the day. And I have to look and see where the end of the day is on here. Hold on. I think at 1400 or something. What's the number? I always forget. I think it's 1400. No, it's 1600. Duh. Y'all are like, what? Why are you using that? I don't know. I could change it to like regular time, but yeah, I mean, it's quite a ways off. So I don't know. We're about halfway through the day right now. Yeah, your RSI is going to be resetting all the way down. You know, I think the big problem that we're running into right here is that rejection off of the hourly and this deep dive. Now you're looking at it like, okay, well, where am I going to stop, right? And I don't know, you know. If you look at the entire picture without extended trading hours, it definitely seems like you come down real low because this did jump and then it made a new high, and we could use that as a creek here. But now would it suggest that you could come down as low as 560. And I made a very small, I made a case for it earlier because I said, well, technically, if this has a 50% retrace, you can come down to 530. I've been sort of thinking, though, that this is probably going to make the advance first. I know it sounds weird. I guess I don't want to be completely wrong about this, but I have to like make a call, right? Like I have to say what I think is more likely. And maybe I'm already wrong because I thought it would be more likely that we would find support and get the push up early here. And this is an expansion. I just drew it out. It's kind of an expansion of what we're seeing on the micro. So all right, I'm going to use another method. You have to like relax your brain a little bit when you're doing TA. You get too like worked up about one thing and then you're not thinking about other things, you kind of forget. There's other ways of finding price targets. Yeah, we're forming kind of a trend. So this already hit that mark though. It hit it first thing in the morning. So this is another way to find targets is if you make like a lower high, for example, or a higher low, if you're going up, you can use the cross section of that wave to find the next bottom, but it already hit there. So that doesn't work. So then the next one I would use is this guy, because that one's already been met and satisfied, if you will. And it does look like it might be forming a little bit of a channel because it looks very parallel to this. But I'm going to use the next one. So I'm going to go from this bottom through the drop, maybe. That's real low. That's way down there. Yeah, but see, at this point, I think it'd be better just to scoot it out to like here. So it's basically just the creek line. It's usually respected. So if I'm looking at this waveform, it would need to come down to here. It looks like it might have 650 in mind. Let's also look at S-curve. An S-curve is just a measurement of what I usually use, a 50%. So I find like a midline that I like. I like this one, so 723, that's that target. That's a simple S-curve to follow down. Makes sense. So 723 on that S-curve. If I use the bottommost one, usually that's a little skewed. I don't use it very often, but that one goes down to 608. And then I'd want a middle around 9. And then another one here, but I think that's the same as the 7 one. That's where it broke down from. So, yeah, that's basically the exact same. So $7, $7.20. So an S-curve analysis gets you to like 7.20. There you go. That's simple enough. That's just saying like this is a halfway point, and that's very typical for any kind of move, is that you stop about halfway up the move and then move again. I'm a little bit lost as to this upper range. I'm imagining that it just didn't form out because this was extended hours price action. But I am wondering, because on GME it was really clear that it was like a breakdown. Like when you look at GME's chart, it set up way below. See that? Like it's set up below that previous area. So I would be like, oh, that's a range, and then this is a range. Maybe it's forming a large one. You can see what I mean. It's like split. Pretty clearly it came back up and lost at 56, which was the previous support. It didn't happen on AMC. It stayed high, so it made me think it was all part of the same range. But maybe because it happened in pre-market, it really wasn't treating it as... I know it sounds weird, but it sounds like a cop-out to me. I'm just saying it out loud. It sounds like I'm making something up, but I kind of wonder if that's part of it. Because like on GME, I was looking at this like, oh, it's its own thing. You know, maybe if it's a range, it's like the lower 50, but it's definitely like its own... completely beneath the pre-market action. And our AMC was not. It was within the pre-market action. I should have just treated it like, no, it's just its own range. Because maybe it was just a continuation of this sell-off that occurred. Again, you can get that 50% move down to like 720. But, you know, 720, you got to remember, like, what is that? Go back to the range that occurred way back September, and then the breakdown eventually in December. That would also be a logical place to like check out. We definitely didn't get any kind of spring action between 820 and 850, so that's off the table, I think. We didn't get an LPS at 925. I still think those levels are relevant, but I don't think that they're relevant in the way we wanted them to be. So I'm going to get rid of that stuff. That's not very helpful if you're still looking for something like that. They're relevant because of the levels. Like the levels didn't go away. They're not just like, oh, well now 850 and 820 are not important. They're still important, but they didn't provide any kind of spring. So I'm not going to keep that on the chart. That doesn't make sense to do that. This is a really huge move, guys. I think that it's okay if we're getting a big pullback. There's the 720 hit. So that, I think that's the end of the S-curve. I really do. Another way to measure an S-curve, if you don't like the way I did it, I was measuring it like, you know, here to here to here to here, is you can take the here to here to here to here. That doesn't mean anything. I was measuring it from the top and just dragging through where I thought the 50% was. If you don't like the way I did that because you think that's a little too arbitrary, or maybe you think it's too, like, I don't know, subjective, just take a measure of the first drop and then take that same measure and apply it to the second drop. And the second drop is where it breaks the trend in the middle. So this one has quite a different approach, because this one could give you like a really steep drop. But you got to remember, like, I think an S-curve typically has like a 50% approach. So like this could be it where it goes down. This gives you two different targets. It could be it where it goes down to 650. Does that make sense? Yes. Why? Because 650 is where that pre-market gap was. It's going all the way back down to get that liquidity. It's all the way going back down to check. The other way, which is the way I did it, is to take that all the way down to where that drop is and then do a 50-50 from that drop. So instead of going the full length, I went just to the drop. I took that and doubled it, and that's where you get this price target that we're at right now. So you see that 50-50. So those are both ways of doing like an S-curve. One gives you a very, I don't know, it's a lower target, but technically you're overlapping these. You see that? So you take that for what it's worth. that gives me a logical 650 hit. This one goes to center liquidity and the breakdown, and it gives you that 720 hit. When I look back at these numbers on the chart, historically, I have this 775. Oh, I didn't draw 720 on this chart. Oops. No, I did. It's just way over here. Yeah. That is a historically important value. I'm going to get rid of that one for now. The other one is important too, the 775, but you can kind of tell it's in the middle. But you can see why. This is, again, looking backwards at like where have we already found resistance and support in the past. You can see why this would be really important. So right now we're checking this top here, which, I don't know, man. I feel like they did a lot of this stuff in pre-market action. You can see back here, a lot of this stuff was already traded. So we're just selling back through it now. We're going backwards to retest these supports and stuff one more time. But you can kind of tell why that would be significant as a check here. I mean, it's the sandwich by which we came down. I just got filled at 721 limit. Well, that's good. Yeah, I think 721 makes sense, but I also think 650 could just be the ultimate target, because we left this behind so far. I know it gapped below that, but something about that 650, I think going backwards and looking at it, that seems more important to me, because we already checked. I don't know if we did check this as support in regular trading hours, but we definitely checked it the day of. $6, and then it pushed down, and then we saw it gap back up. So we hit that $6 mark. And we did it in after hours. We checked it. I don't know. I hate the idea of like we have to go back down because all this stuff happened in pre-market. It seems like a ripoff, right? Like that's not really fair. Like we didn't want it necessarily to happen, but it did. If we're still up 40% on the day, you know, that's still a really positive day. But that daily candle is going to look kind of funky. So there's like no wick on it. It's weird. I guess because we've opened and just dropped. We haven't made any highs and pulled back. You have a news article for that? Your suitor in Germany and yesterday, GME and E-Trade. Wait, I can't see what that says. Hang on. That silly little heart thingy's in the way. What is that heart thing? Is that like reactions for you guys? Sometimes I see that thing popping off. I never even look at it. What happens when you click it? Oh, it just makes a little reaction. Now it's just going off. Okay, I get it. Does it say in Germany and yesterday, GME? It's just like right in front of the chat though. I'm going to bump the chat up. Hang on so I can read that. There you go. In GME and yesterday, in Germany and yesterday, GME on E-Trade and Robinhood buy button removed. Is there any way to like validate that? Because I can't say yes or no. They better not. If they remove the buy button again, they're going to get sued again. Like, they can't do that. But I also don't want to spread false information. If it's just something that... Not rumors. Okay, we have two people saying it, but I don't like the idea of spreading information that I'm not sure about. I'm sorry. I don't know how you can validate it. Maybe like screenshots can be tampered with. I mean, they did a whole investigation. They did a whole investigation last time just to validate it. Senate investigate. I mean, it was a big deal. So 633, we actually see a spike after that on these moves, but it looks risky with this sell-off. Is 493 a possibility? I don't think it is, because the creek has been raised. Like, it's at, even if I'm looking at this as a large scale kind of sell-off that's going back down to check a creek, it would be up here. I don't know, maybe I guess it could be low. I don't think we're going to go back below this intersection. You see this uptrend? That's the breakout, right? And then you're coming back down. You might retest this a bit if you need a gap fill or something, but I want to say like 560 is kind of a wall there now. It is where your 4 hour is too, so it makes sense. But that's where that creek intersection is, and I want to say it's about 560. So for me, I wouldn't suggest four is still on the table. I know there's another kind of midway trend here, like a midway creek, that could be tested really low at like 430. That's way down here. But I don't feel like that's the case, because this has already made the advance past it. That was more of yesterday. Like yesterday I was thinking, oh, well, if we had a pullback, it could come back down this low. After you jump it, at this point, going down that low would give you potentially a breakdown, you know? And after this kind of a push, that just seems like a sell-off to me waiting to happen. At that point, you're way past a 50% retracement. It kind of would make me think you're just going to sell all the way down to like below 2. I'm not kidding. You know, it may sound like I'm kidding, but like that sounds too extreme. But I'm being really serious. Like, I think at this point, the way it's been set up, it seems kind of obvious to me. The 50% retrace on this bigger move here from the bottom goes down to 525. That's right where, that 525 is right where that intersection was, that first target was. It's also right where the 4 hour 180 is. So I can't imagine at this point, and it's where the new creek is because we made a new top yesterday. So we jumped that creek, but even a back up to that creek doesn't put you down that low. So I'm looking at this intersection right here at like 558. There's just way too much there. Like, I think if you break down here, you could be in like full on distribution mode, you know? You do not want this, in my opinion, all right, to have like that kind of a retrace. And I know that back in January, we had like a 70% retrace. I think if you're using which is like the 440, no, actually it's like 336. And back in January, we had some kind of massive retrace, but it wasn't like, I don't think it was the 786. I think it was the 618 if you're using logarithmic. I can't remember which one is which. I'd have to go look, but it was a decent retrace. So it would look like the 440 here, which would be that hit. So you can see like the 50% is the 530. It's all like contrived. All of this looks really structured to me. This is the 50% retrace at that 530. It's where the 4 hour is. It's where that upper creek is. It's where the downward creek is. Like, everything kind of is intersecting right there. So I would not, and then not surprisingly, the 643, at least the way I have it drawn out here, I could be a little off with my numbers, but it's like 645. That's right where the 650 mark is. And that's the, you know, the 3, right? What's it called? 382 or whatever. Yeah, 382 retraces. So like here we have like an example of Booksy's drawn out all these levels earlier. He was thinking these things for a lot of different reasons. I originally thought we would have a push up. I mean, you can see it on my chart. I thought that we would have a push up to 12 and then come all the way back to 650 and then advance again. I just said earlier this morning that I kind of felt like maybe we would see that advance first, then come back down. But this is originally the way I had drawn it out. And I think it's okay if it happens either way. It doesn't really matter. Like I haven't changed this. This has been the same for a little while, at least since I did that other comparison. I think this is a really valid comparison though, because in consideration of everything we know, we just pushed the creek up. We did. When we came up and we pushed above, we opened high, we opened up. What was the daily candle open on? 1188. Yeah, I think that's higher than anywhere we were over here. For sure. Yeah. So we already pushed up that creek high. We went above the 180 day. So we are advancing thus far. We have not yet done anything in my mind on this 2 days move. I mean, it's been so fast that looks like we're about to retreat. But if we were to drop 650, and then especially if we were to drop that 530, I would be very nervous about anything, because at that point you're now at like a 50% retrace. And if you remember what happened here, this should, I don't want to give you guys like PTSD about this, but like as soon as we dropped that 50% way back in March, that was at like 13, that was that middle point. We went back beneath the range. Like that 50% was designed to keep you can see it. It was designed to keep you in the range. If you were to go back and hold support at that 50% retrace way back in March, going into April of 2022, that would have given you the support you needed and you could have advanced. And once again, like here's the peak over the daily and then the retreat. As soon as that dropped, and this is to Stockfather's credit, he was like, yeah, that's not good, because at that point you can't drop beneath the 50% here and then expect it to recover, because at that point you're now back inside of this range and it just looks like a giant UT. And especially what happened on April 20th, that's the time that I was like, crap, because there was no advancement again, right? You could have assumed, well, maybe it's just going back to check the creek and it's a big SOS with a really deep, right here. It could have been a big SOS with a really deep backup, but then it didn't. And on April 20th of 2022, that's where it sells off, and drives the price down. You see that? So like that happened, and that's always been in my brain now ever since it happened, because I'm like, yeah, that sucked. And I remember seeing a lot of those profits get washed away, that a lot of people were looking for that move. But it's because of two or three things, right? One is it didn't hold support above the range, so that's a bad sign. But then two, when it came back down to the creek, it basically had a distribution, and on April 20th it had a UT and then it dumped. And at that point, you're gone. Not only did it UT right here, it dropped then that next 50%. So if you looked at the next range down, it dropped into the lower portion of that range. It's all basically written stone at that point. You now have a distributive upthrust that's massive, and then you're selling back down through the range. And that's bad, right? Now, is that what's happening now? No, I don't think it's the exact same setup. I think there's some similarities, but, and I still think like, we haven't hit the upper target, but we've already hit the first two. So if I'm looking at the area that we're in right now, I'm just kind of marking off levels as I see them. They're very equally, spaced here. That's just math, I think, behind the levels being really equally spaced. But I would look at the same exact thing, y'all. Like, it's no different in that regard. If we came back down beneath that, look at it. It's like literally the same in terms of like the need to hold 50%. That 50% is right here, and it represents the creek. It represents the middle of this range. Weird as it is, it's kind of like the center mark of these two ears. It's like, and it also represents the main creek down. There's so many things here. So I know I'm making a mess of this big term chart. Most of this is just levels that I'm marking off, but it would be like if we came down to, let's say, for example, it doesn't find support around 720 and we drop way down to 5 something, right? Maybe we hit 650 and it bounces a bit and then we drop again. And by the end of the week, we're kind of down here, testing the bottom. Now at that point, if this is like a shallow S-curve, we might have more information that we can use to help determine, like, okay, well, great, Buxy. We just had a really huge run and then like 3 days of retracement. Now what? Yeah, I mean, at that point, you could have a little bit of a shallow S-curve. You could just be waiting to see that jump again and to see if it advances. But just like what happened in that March rundown, if this for whatever reason breaks below that 50%, you're now back in the previous range. You're back in this early range that we technically found support on not a day ago. It was 1 day ago, and that was around $5. So naturally, if this were to hook here, you're in deep crap. You know what I mean? Like at that point, you're in bad situation. So if it were to come down to 440 and then it didn't advance past 5, you're really looking at a massive distribution. And I mean this sincerely, like it probably would be, this is the place where you might drive all the way back down to shoot that $1.67 mark. And we had talked about that, like that could be an upthrust to like 14 and then come back down to $1, which apparently I was mocked for that. I don't know why people do that. All I'm doing is talking about possibility. I'm not saying that it has to happen, but at that point, this is not bullish, this is bearish. So is it possible that this is how the setup goes if it's a bear setup? Sure. If this is an upthrust, this is the kind of markers that you'll see, and it won't recover. Now, all that being said, if we go down to 530 and we find support, who cares? Because remember, that's where the 4 hour is. There's nothing wrong with us coming back down and retesting 650 or coming back down and testing, because it's above a 50% retracement. On a bullish move that just moved like massive 300% in like 2 days, the idea, or 400%, excuse me, the idea of us coming back down and retracing is not a big deal to me, like at all. I see that as like, whatever. It's kind of expected. I would have preferred, and I said it this morning, I've said it a couple times, and I don't mean again to be repeating myself over and over. I would have preferred to see an early pushback up to go ahead and get to the high target, because my target wasn't slightly above 12. That was one of the targets that I thought we'd hit here. You can see it in my chart diagram. I thought we'd hit there and come back to 650 and then go up. Maybe that's what we're doing. But I ultimately thought that'd be weird, wouldn't it? That would be really weird if it did that, because I would be, I don't know, I'd just go buy a crystal ball or something and become Madam Booksy or something. I'm not making fun of people. I'll go get some shrunken heads and adopt a Jamaican accent, man. You come to Madam Booksy, I tell you the future of the stock market. But only for a price. You can't pay the price, you leave my tent. That's how I do it. Really horrible Jamaican accent. And they're all looking at you because you're just this white guy with dreadlocks or something. And I'm like, are you serious? Your name is Madam Booksy and you're a white guy with dreadlocks? Hey. If that's the way he identifies, then yeah, what are you going to do? Sue me? He's racist. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm cracking myself up. I mean, it was kind of racist, let's be honest. I used to live in a place where like there was a lot of that, man, what do they call it? Like, it wasn't Creole, but there was a lot of that influence. And you did get a lot of that stuff. And it was the old culture stuff, like things that a lot of people don't do anymore. And it's pretty interesting. And I have a healthy respect for those things, but I don't want to make it sound like I'm just jerking people's chains here. But the idea of Madam Booksy being possible would be really funny. Ken Griffin will petition Congress to have your tent taken down. That's hilarious. I'm going to remember that forever. I'll call myself Madam Griffin. That'd be even funnier. Madam Griffin. People are like, wait a minute. Your name's not Griffin. You're not a madam. You're not even like Creole or whatever, you know, I don't know, a Rastafarian. If you're Jamaican, I guess it'd be more like Rastafarian or something. I don't know. I think Rastafarian is just Bob Marley, and it's just like another word for like hippie, but it's like a different country's word for it. You dirty hippie. I've been accused of being a hippie quite a bit. People always think I'm on drugs or something. I don't do drugs, but anyways. Have y'all seen that show Bodkin on Netflix? It's pretty good. It's not the best show I've ever seen, and it's okay, you know. I think it's really interesting because it's Obama and Michelle Obama and Barack Obama's production company. They're like doing stuff, man. They're like making stuff now. They're producing these shows. But it's funny to me because it's Irish and it's like an Ireland-based show. But reason I thought of that all of a sudden was because Bodkin, there's like these hippies that live in Bodkin, and the Irish people call them hippies, but they're really like a mob, and they're like out like trying to get people's money. And he's like, I remember there's a really funny line in the show, and the guy says, "Aren't you guys like hippies or something?" And he's like, "Yes, peace, love, and all that, but pay me what you effing owe," or something like that. It was just really funny. I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's meant to be sort of like a I don't know how to describe it. It's like dark comedy, I guess, but it's pretty dark too at the same time. It's a mystery show. I don't know. It's starting to get kind of flat. I'm like halfway through it. I'm starting to think it's a little bit flat. He's talking about Netflix on an AMC channel. Blasphemy! Burn him! Get your pitchforks and torches. Booksy's shilling on AMC. If you're not talking about movie theaters and you're talking about Netflix on this channel, shame. I'm sorry. That was a horribly stupid tangent that I went on for like 15 minutes. You guys are like, what about AMC's movie price? Or what about AMC's price? Look, 720 didn't hold either. And I don't know if I expected it to hold at this point. We're kind of just waiting to see if 650 is going to be the one. It's at 660. This is a really gnarly sell-off. So this is the larger S-curve that I measured, and it was a simple enough measurement. I've had 650 on the chart since this morning. It may be that we camp here until tomorrow, or it may be that we go ahead and head down for that low hit. I'm going to go to the 4 hour on this chart. I want to see where that 180 is. I can't tell you when to hit the buy button. I can tell you that the targets that I've picked up so far this morning have not held. So they've just not provided support. And I'm not interested in like telling you when to hit the buy button, but me personally, like I got out of my call positions this morning when we were around like 980. Would have loved to have gotten out pre-market, but I couldn't do that. I got out of those because they were up over 1,000%. That to me is an easy sell for my calls. I'm not out of any of my share positions, and I'm looking for re-entry. I'm not yet bearish. I'm still pretty bullish on this whole thing. So for me right now, I'm not particularly worried about a bigger retracement. Like a 50% retracement is fine. I'm a little more concerned about, you know, the follow-through action. If we were to get to 650 or even to like that 550, I don't know. Like, I anticipate that this area around 550 is more important than even where this 4-hour is. You can see the 4-hour is actually at like 480. And I was just talking about how I thought that was too low. But it is down lower, so it kind of stinks. That's the wrong one. Because I don't like the idea of going down that low right now. Yeah, it wouldn't even be a fib level at that point. It'd just be in the midst, like just below 50%. I would prefer to stay above 535. I think if we can stay above 535, we're still pretty bullish. So anything from here down to 535, and I know it's weird, but that's kind of like my levels were yesterday. It's bizarre how it didn't really work at all, except in pre-market action. It's very strange to me. The whole setup with this massive after hours move, massive volume. It's like we were given like the leftovers of the move, you know? It's pretty unfair. I was looking at this value here to about 650, and somebody pointed out late last night, they're like, oh, hey, it hit your 650 mark. And I was like, oh, really? And I came back and looked at it. I was walking around the house doing stuff and saw the message, and I went over and looked, and I was like, that's weird. So they went ahead and jumped it after hours. The gap goes pretty far down. I was not expecting them to trade all of this essentially in all this region right here in after hours price action. I thought we were going to wait. I don't know why I thought that. I just did. Maybe that was naive because we had this pretty significant moves in extended hours before. I just wasn't expecting 100% gap up. Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I thought, well, if we gap up, maybe we'll gap up to 650 and then trade it and leave. This is the area I had marked off yesterday. If you go back and you were looking at the end of the stream, it was like right here. It was this pocket from like 480 up to 650. And I think I marked off on this chart where that was too. And mainly it's this region that I've got marked. I guess I do still have it marked off. I have it marked off from 528 up, but it was because I had it down here at like 480 because that's where the supply was. You can see back in February, the supply was down to like 480. So like that whole area is pretty important. I think right now I would just kind of raise it up to like about 520. And then that's pretty much where we closed at. And then I would go from there since it's a gap value. So right around 520 up to 650. That represents, I think, a pretty important area for the stock. And then I already mentioned why I think it's pretty significant that there's a bunch of intersections right around 550 or 560, right above that 50% value for the retracement. Where we are now, we're sitting on a 3.8 retracement, so 38% retracement on the full move. It's not the little move. If you're measuring from the bottom, it's that 3.8. If you're measuring from where we took off at around 289, it's not quite there. It's actually already dropped to 3.8 and it's heading to a 0.5 retracement, which, you know, not surprisingly is the previous top of the wick, which is at 589. So there's a lot of little levels here that we could look at. I think a lot of this stuff, can you compare it to the first rip from February? Sure. Yeah, we could do that. A lot of this stuff is very seat of your pants. I mean, it's gotten there though. Here it is. So it finally hit the markers. This was what I anticipated from a bigger S curve, just using like these larger price targets. And then you can see it didn't quite reach the curve line, if you wanted to call it that, which is like this 50% midline. You see this white one coming down? All I did was I measured across the middle here from beginning to end, and then it indicates that it's like right around here. But then I just look at the price action, you can tell that's where the creek is. So you draw the line through, And then you can see it just popped onto that at 606. Is that some kind of magical turnaround number? Probably not, but these two little marks coming down are the middle of this waveform. So the first two waveforms we drew out this morning were these M crosses. They did not work out. They just didn't follow through. I'm going to keep this one on the chart, though. See this red line? Because it was a breakdown, but I think it's going to be if we have a path back up, and I'm still using if terms. If we have a path back up, I think it's going to be an important one. I do. I didn't short this. I didn't feel the need to do anything like that. I got out of my calls early this morning because they were up over 1,000%. Looking for re-entry. This might be a good place. And then anywhere from here down to 550, the spread on this is pretty far. So if I'm looking for confirmation, we may not get it at all today. We may be like end of the day kind of stuff. If we were to get this cross, that could be confirmation. So we're just not there yet. I might have to take like a midday break. Usually around noon, you might get some inverted price action, or you might get some like dead in the water action. Usually it's one of the two. We might get a reactive move going through noon to 1 that comes back up or something, and then we'll see what happens. We might need another lower cross here. And again, like you can't really tell these things until it happens because we're waiting, but there's a lot of space. So these are my main two markers here. I've got the creek, the mid creek from the first breakdown this morning. That I think has been hit. That means that the wave has come across and hit it. I would now expect there to be some kind of an upward movement of some kind, or sideways at least, because it's already hit that. Should give us a reactive move. It's like this guy this morning. If you're wondering like why am I doing it like that, the same thing happens here, right? You get the crossover and then it comes back down. It's the waveform. And so these are moves that you would expect. Yeah, and it looks like they're pinpointing a really low target around 5, like 480. I hope we don't have to go there, but you never know. So yeah, I'm probably going to take a break in a few minutes. I know it sucks because you're like, well, wait a minute. You just said it might go back up. It might. I'll leave the chart on. Somebody said they want to do a comparison. I kind of did that already, but I'll try to do it when I get back. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take a break because it looks like it's halted again. And I'm not going to wait around. So I'm going to leave the charts up. You're more than welcome to hang out and chat. I've got my prices and my targets on the screen. I think that you're going to want to see that support around 545 today. I do think we're probably going to get an upward move here before anything else happens. I don't think it's going to be the breakout. I think it's probably one more move up and then down. That's my thought anyways. But I will be back in a little while. This is going to be a longer break. It might be more like an hour. I need to take like a decent break. So I will be back, but I will leave the chart running. If you guys want to come back after lunch, I'll be here. Thanks for hanging out. I'll catch up with you in a little bit. Okie dokie. Came back. So I'm in a position right now where I think that we've got that move back up. So I thought we might have that push back to the upside and then probably see more down. I'm kind of just waiting. It hit the outer creek. It looks a lot like a setup with a like a corrective move. So it could be just an A, B, C correction, in which case we might be done with the corrective move. We'll see if there's another couple waves, because you could have it be like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you could count from here 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Either way, you know, it came down to the 650 mark. So if it finds support above 650, I think it'll just go. But I think there's also a little bit more time in this day to mess around. So I'm kind of not sure. I hope you guys had a good lunch, by the way. I was just finishing up. So, yeah. Not too worried about it. Hey, JMB. Welcome. It's not complicated, you know. The particular place we are in this pullback kind of demands a little bit more. GME also had its breakdown. So we were talking about those trends earlier, and it looks like it broke through it. So both of them have kind of exited their trends. That doesn't mean you can't have continuation. I think it's more about just like the first leg, second leg kind of stuff. So I don't know. I'm not a big Elliott wave person, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. But I would guess that this is one wave, like one continuous leg right here, this trend. And it looks like it's made up of maybe 8 moves. But I think at least the 5 wave. I don't know why I'm trying to throw Elliott in here. I guess I'm just thinking about corrective moves. Anytime I think about correction, I think about fibs and I think about Elliott. Elliott wave corrections. Or just easy ways to kind of determine if you might be finished with it. There's a lot of volume on this selling. I don't particularly find it to be like egregious, like horrible selling, you know. Someone said there's an imbalance between the buying and the selling. Well, yeah. I mean, anytime you're heading down, there's an imbalance. And anytime you're heading up, there's an imbalance. I mean, it's kind of a given. I'm not really concerned about the buying and selling in terms of that concept. I'm more interested in seeing if we can get an exit here. And if we can, I think it's a decent probability that we're going to head at least back up to $8.97, $9. So it's a good place to trade a swing if you just want to swing trade. So I exited my AMC calls early today because I wasn't looking to see that flush and then see those profits go. I'm not done with the trade. I still have all of my positions that are longer term. So I'm still looking at those positions, like the share positions, longer term. I think that the calls that I got out of were going to be squashed. So I didn't want to kind of reinvest in that. And I was right. So I sold those for $2.42. And at this point, they're sitting at like $1.55. So they lost at least $1 in value per contract. They opened at $3.95, but I couldn't get out at that price because the stock kept halting left and right. So they're still up quite a bit on the day. You know, if you're looking at day over day, they're still up 121%. But I sold them for like over 1,000% or something. I don't know. It says they're up quite a bit, but that could be as of, let's see here. Yeah, that might be looking at yesterday's high and today's current price. So I still think that January $20 calls are probably a decent enough trade, but I haven't really looked at anything else lately, and I'm not looking to trade buying and selling shares. I still think that the shares have a great impact on selling shares has a great impact on the price trajectory. So, you know, with options contracts, unless you're exercising them, you're not really doing anything. You're just trading like behind the scenes, if you will. So, anyways. Yeah, right now there's still a pretty big spread between the bid and the ask. The bid's at 150, the ask is at 175. That's not huge, but for me, just looking at it, helicopter view, I'm kind of like, meh. So, yeah, I mean, either way, you'd still be making a lot of money if you happen to get into them when I did, which was back on May 9th, which is back here. I mean, I guess I got onto them like the 3rd. I got into them on the 8th or the 9th, which was right after earnings, or right before earnings, I think. So I still made a really good profit on them. I might look for something else, because I know some of you guys don't care about options contracts. You just want to know the price target. And like I said here, if you're rejoining me now, this was expected. I said it kind of hit the mark here, and then you'd expect it to come back up, and then we'll wait and see. But I think at this point, it's anyone's game. Once it kind of hits that waveform, then you're waiting to see if it reacts and pushes over. So if it were to push over, this was what my expectation would be, that basically you get kind of like this double top. And then here you'd want to see it find support high. And it doesn't have to be exactly the way I draw it, but you'd want to see that support here, like higher highs. And if it did dip again, you'd have to do what we did this morning, much like when you have these crosses, you'd have to kind of go across late in the day. So I'm not really sure we're out of the woods yet in that regard. Like, I don't like using that term. That's what Adam Aaron always talks about. He's like, we're not out of the woods yet. But I would expect there to be some kind of a jump at some point, and we would need to jump this outermost creek. So there's still a chance that we get some more downside before any upside. There's a lot more time left in the day. A lot can happen in a few hours. We'll see. You know, it hit 650 and kind of took off a little bit, but the volume is really low. So it's like shrinking as this is going up right here. Not really seeing a big pickup. So unless we jump that creek early, I would just put my 2 cents on it. May have another rejection in store for us after we fill this little mini gap. And we may head back down. And if I'm an operator who wants to trade here, I'd probably waste time. I don't even waste time, but I'd probably spend time down here combing back down through like 650 again. Now, the frustrating thing about this is if it were to do this, is that it opens the door to other possibilities. Because much like what we just saw, you could easily see how this could lead to another pullback. But you got to remember, like, this kind of stuff happens, and then if it manages to find support, you could get a strong reaction. Like this kind of what occurred here on this sell through. We got a really strong reaction in the last few minutes of the day. So it's not unheard of. And the same thing here is like we had this late day cross, and it never came down extremely low in this case. But it did go make a lower low in this tiny little pocket range down here. Really, really small, right? But it did, you know. So like it's not out of the realm of possibility that we're going to get an M cross that then drops lower again. And I know that that's not what you want to hear. But just looking at this, we see an early advancement. Maybe we won't get that. Because an early advancement could mean that you push up and then you could find like support higher, you know. But I think what's more likely, and I'm just kind of spitballing here, I think what might be more likely in our case, just based on what we've seen so far today, is that we get kind of a repeat of what we saw this morning. And it's debatable, you know. Maybe some support over 720, some support over 784 would be some confirmation. I'm not liking the volume right here. I'm inclined to think we're going to head down and then we're going to drop and go low here, end of day. And what that would accomplish is we could get a full 50% retrace today. And I think that would be actually probably really good. So 534, let me make sure I got these numbers right. Let's do this the right way, shall we? I'm gonna like snap these numbers so that I'm sure they're right. Hang on. So the high was 1190. So let's go to coordinates. Let's change this to 1190. There we go. Instead of just eyeballing it. So we're in this pocket right now where we're kind of dancing above. But this is kind of what I drew out earlier. Like, I wouldn't necessarily expect it to stop here at the 645. It could find support with a 3.8 retrace, but part of me thinks because of the way this is set up, there's so much stuff here. Like, I really think it might go down to that 550 area. There's just too many things that you can kind of read into it, and you could say like, well, there's just a lot, a lot of possible confirmation here of like continued upside if you can find support right here. And that's right above like a 50% retrace, which is 533. So in the event that we did something like this, it looks almost the same as what I have here. You'd probably come back up again, maybe slightly above 725 after a low push and a cross. And then this is going to give you a waveform pattern. Here's the thing though, is that this setup is really steep. So that kind of makes me wonder if it's different. That doesn't really work if it's super steep. Yeah, it's definitely going up pretty fast, so hang on. Okay. Well, maybe that's more bullish then. Could be more bullish than bearish. So here's what I'm thinking. It's really steep, which is actually a good thing. Remember this morning, this was like the double bounce we got? It's not like that wasn't steep, but you see how like we intersected near that previous top right there? And like if you look at the same thing here, it's really close. It's like right over here. And so even if we were to drop and push up, we'd have to do it very locally, like a very fast. If we were to say, oh, it's going to be exactly like this morning, this is how it would have to happen. It would be really, really quick. I don't know how you could even go that low that fast. It would be something like that. But then like you see how that changes the dynamic here? Because then you're like, well, wait, does that mean it's going sideways? That seems like wonky, well, no, I don't. I think that's where you could have some debate. This whole thing is hard to draw out until you see the second ear, because you're waiting for this. This is going to be a really important marker if you get a second ear. Otherwise, this could just be a buy up, where you just kind of take off right there. This is hard for me to see how this dips and comes up here that quickly. That's really soon. We're going to have the answer really soon, I guess. It just makes it seem like it may not break down at all. Now, if this setup was wider, that kind of lends more credibility to coming down low and then doing that late buy up. Because then you're like, oh, if it's aiming over here again, it works out really well, because then you could just easily see how it would pin over here, and then you could have the same kind of drop that we had earlier. But that's not what I'm seeing. So let's not go too crazy on it then. Let's just take a look and let's see what happens. This could be creating a floor, is what I'm trying to say, like a trading floor here. Okay. So that was the high. So I could do that and see if I can get a number. So that's going right through here. So there is an M cross there already. It's just high up. It's right there. So yeah, if this went low, if it breaks here, I could see it coming down pretty fast to like 6 again. I don't know if it's going to do that. It came back over this. I'm trying to see why that might be important. I mean, it's a strong reaction. It could be enough to turn us. I think the setup is a little different, so it's not quite as distributive as this one was. Like locally, this one was looking okay until that last minute. This one has a little more strength in it. It came up and pushed higher. Let's see what that double top, if that's a double top. So that's high there of 779. No, it did double top at 779. I'm going to bump that little line up. I'm going to get rid of this one. We might be forming out like a really small like cat ear setup right here. So no matter what happens, we got like 4 more minutes. Then something's got to give. Yeah. So, all right. So here we go. If it bleeds down, I'm expecting it. I really don't know where exactly it'll stop, but I would expect it to come down and try to cross again. Frankly, like this could come really far down. It might just be that we're doing this like accelerated version of what happened this morning. We're doing it all within this time frame. But I don't know. If it breaks to the upside here, I think it's bullish because you've basically held that. We just need to then see it come back above here. And it's not impossible that we're seeing something a little more distributive where you get this kind of low swoop. That's sort of what happened here on this double top. You get these like low U-shaped structures. This is a tough one. Volume looked pretty good on that buy up. Was, contesting it. I think it looks more bullish than bearish. Anyways, so here's the good news. This is easily measurable. So we just measured one down. We can measure this one up. So this would be very steep. Looks like it's breaking up, or it's trying to. Yeah, this would be pretty steep to the upside. I think it would be like way up here. So it looks to me like a decent enough buy-in is possible here. And I don't think that I don't think it's out of the question. We just see it a decent run up. So I think I'm going to swing it. So if you were following me, sorry for clearing my throat. If you were following me, what I was doing at first, I was trying to present it like, oh, what if it does the same thing in order to get down to that 550 and it doesn't hold this 645, like what would it look like? And I couldn't do it. So I kind of like disproved myself pretty fast because the setup here isn't the same. Like it wasn't giving me as wide of a berth, if you will, to have that move and get across here and then come back up without breaking back above that top. So be that what it is, it's not impossible. This is still a distributive action. If it can come up here and be like a UTAD, I guess it's possible that this sets up like an even wider channel, but that hasn't happened yet, so it's kind of like, I don't know. I think of the advancement here, I see support above 650. That was one of our big levels. It's a fib retrace area. It's where that gap was, in between pre-market and, after hours and pre-market. And it seemed like a possible support. And then I mentioned that the section down here, I said this yesterday, I didn't think we'd necessarily jump up 100% and retrace today, but it still is applicable. That that pocket region should provide support, and it is right now. Man, that doesn't mean you're just going to go up forever either. You have to be careful with stuff like this, you know. V-shaped recoveries, are they possible? Yeah, they're possible. How often do they happen? On AMC, I don't think they happen as much as we would like. A lot of times we get a V-shaped recovery and then it fails to advance. So if this is a head fake, it won't advance past the SOS stage, which would be up here. So it would look like on the 1 minute, it would probably look like a test of that EMA line that you see on the screen here, maybe around like 8. That would be kind of a bummer, but yeah, I'm not really seeing it just yet. All I know is that previous setup didn't really work. Like this dropping and retracing doesn't work. Not where it was anyways. So, because this is set up really steep by comparison. 45, 52. The angles aren't that different, but it's the high. Like, it's the high that kind of makes it or breaks it. So, unless we're just jumping over this creek and then we end up breaking it again, which kind of invalidates it, where like you have a move that advances and then it retreats back and doesn't even provide any support or resistance. It seems unlikely because this seems like this is a trend, and it seems like a trend breakout to me. So I would expect there to be some kind of a buy-in here. I suppose if it were a fake out, like a head fake, you would see a hook action here. It's kind of notorious in that regard. I don't know if you would be able to anticipate something like that. That's just kind of someone being like, being really skeptical, being like, oh, I don't know, maybe it could do that. That's like a fake out breakout, and that would look like that. But otherwise, you should find support here if this is legit, and then you should see it advance again. It could take a little longer. There's also like a third scenario, which is more like long-winded, which is that, yeah, you do make that cross. You still make that cross. You just did it high. You still form an M, but it happens. I don't know how you could do that, though, if you find support. You can't do it if you find support here. It'd have to be after like a hook, because that's not how it works. You guys are like, what are you talking about? It would be like saying that you jumped resistance and then it just never became support. That's just bearish, right? So like, there's no way to have it both ways. You can't like jump resistance, come back down through resistance, and expect that to be really bullish. You'd have to then find support. So you can't have it both ways. You have to have... it's either a head fake or it isn't. And if it isn't, you should find support basically now. And if it's not, then you're going to sink right back through this trend. And it's bearish for the most part. Then it looks like an upthrust. I was going to say, like, there's a possibility that you're creating like another step ladder kind of approach, in which case you might come back later. And this is what you would see. It's kind of like that, when I call like rotational symmetry. That also happens sometimes. It doesn't happen as often on AMC, but we've seen it a few times where you get kind of this rotational symmetry business. And if you're not familiar with that term, that's okay. The idea about it is that it essentially looks like a big waveform that just it's created around the center mark of the move. And it's a rotation, which is to say it creates a like a distribution, then accumulation, then usually back up into whatever it kind of follows. Where you'd see something like this on like the reverse side, and that's happened before for like AMC, where you get kind of this walk up and then there's like a deep retracement and then it just goes back up, and that's a rotation around a center pivot. It's not that complicated. It sounds complicated, but if you think about it in terms of like up, down, up, I mean, it's super straightforward. It's just accumulation, or excuse me, distribution, accumulation, distribution, accumulation. And we've seen that a few times. So I'm kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall right now. I don't really like that. So I'm just going to watch it. I think it's dumb to go too crazy. I did that this morning, and you know, it follows one of the scenarios. It will follow one, but I'm just kind of, you still can't know until you see like the breakdowns. So it's better just to watch. In this case, I'm kind of tired of talking through every single situation here on the day. I think that wisdom here would say that this is an M cross as long as it holds these trends. You know, this area, I wouldn't say anything bad happens here by default. I would just say that this is a sign of seller strength still. So if it went back beneath this particular trend, it could be a sign of seller strength. There are sometimes, in the case of AMC, I know that we've seen it before. There are some times where we've seen this kind of like low dip beneath like a trend. This is another kind of situation. And this is more like that rotational symmetry, perhaps, where you get kind of like a deep pullback later. There are some times where we've seen this kind of dip that happens kind of in the middle of like this sort of a larger M cross, if you will, because you're generating like extra, you can think about like fib fans, you're generating like extra creaks every time you push up. So that happens because this guy like fails or something. So you come up and then you end up dropping down and then you cross lower. And we've seen that a couple times where like this might break through and look bad, and then it could still technically like rise back up. It ends up being that this cross right here is wrong, and so it leaves the trend behind for a minute to find support, and then it goes again. And frankly, we kind of want that on the big picture too. And that's where a lot of that slingshot terminology that we talk about comes into play, because if this happens and it's still bullish, that waveform is kind of like stretching, and time is creating like it's like pulling back a rubber band, right? And as you're pulling it back, the tension gets greater and greater. When you let go, you know, obviously it shoots you forward, or shoots itself forward. In the case of a stock, we usually see that as a return to a previous trend, a return to a previous small term. For us in the longer term, it could be us leaving behind this trend to the upside to form a larger trend, which could generate like a second wave or a third wave, depending on where you are. Not necessarily. It's just if you're bullish, like that's what you'd want to see. So that could be like us doing like a much larger M shape here and then returning back to that trend. And when you return back to it, guess what? You know, you're at your price target. You're at 14 or whatever. Now that would obviously not be like instantaneous today, but it's definitely a possibility, you know, and that could be how you get up to that 15 target. It's sort of like a giant hook. Seems possible. I haven't really looked at other time frames very much, and since we're kind of waiting to see what this reaction is, it looks like it's bleeding down through again, which is kind of a bummer, but that's okay. It's more like that first thing I drew, or double tops here and then drops. There's still support here. It did not break it yet. So we jumped over. We're just kind of consolidating. Not seeing really much in the volume that's making me super nervous. The volume's pretty steady, average volume right here across. But I'm seeing a lot of seller pushback. Like they don't, like whoever's selling it doesn't want to advance. They want to go low. So it looks like it's starting to generate that kind of like head fake motion. Anyways, I was going to say I haven't really looked at smaller time frames. Might be good to look at the 30-minute. Let's see where that's at. All right, well, that moving average is really far down. So, yeah, it looks like a bounce. GME is already kind of doing that hook motion. It's approaching the intersection here of the two trends. So much like what we were saying earlier, it's sort of self-fulfilling prophecy a lot of ways. It's like these end up targeting specific areas that are kind of common sense. So like this would have targeted $50, and that makes sense. So is that $50? Like, you know, not a big deal. And if this were to advance, you can see that there's a little M right here because that's a little waveform right here because that's jumping over like a shorter term creek. So if this were to advance, it would need to find support and then push here. And that could generate a much larger M cross, right? And then you're kind of left like, well, I don't know, you know? And this is what I was just saying, like, there are times during a bullish run where we see that exit and it still returns. I tend to be more conservative though, because when I see it break down, it's broken down, you know? So yes, this could happen, but it'd have to advance beyond two creeks. Like it'd have to make that jump here and then here. So there's a lot to ask for. I'm not saying it can't happen. Don't get me wrong. When we're looking at big bull runs like this, you never really know. I mean, the S-curve is done. If it's a retracement, it's done. You know, I think it's done enough of a retracement here. So we're just kind of waiting to see. I don't mean to say that it can't do this or it can't do that. I am saying that I think it hit some of the targets we had. I think it hit that creek, by the way. I know I was talking about that earlier. You remember I said there's that creek coming down here, and I left it on there. I said, you know, it could be that we need to retouch that. We did. So we came back all the way to that 587, and that effectively hit that creek. So we're in a situation now where I think that we're in a situation now that I think we've got a pretty decent chance of, again, this being a bounce with some higher support, maybe around 650. If we lose 650, I really don't see why we wouldn't come down to that 530 area. Like, it just makes sense. So, yeah. There's nothing about the trends that, to me, look super bad. This trend that's real low here is way off. I mean, it's way off. You know, we could be coming all the way back down to $3. I mean, it's basically a full-on throwback, but even if you came back down, technically there's still this lower trend. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff we could talk about all day, you know, things that are below. I'm trying to make sure that excuse me. Sorry, y'all. I think I need to get some water. Hang on. I'm not going to unmute or anything or mute. I'm just going to get some water. Don't worry, cats. Don't lift the paw. You don't have to come to my aid. Cats aren't like dogs. They wouldn't save you. They just start eating you. They're like, what's that? You're dying? Guess I better eat you to fill up since you're not going to feed me anymore. I'm going to need all that nutrition. I'm not going to let your body go to waste. Dog would be like, oh no, I'll sit by your grave until I starve. I've had dogs and cats. I like them both. I'm more of a dog person. But right now I only have cats, which changes your brain, let me tell you. Yeah, so, you know, the reason I was talking earlier, and y'all already know, the reason I was talking about 5 something is because it's a 50%. I didn't want to go below that. But, you know, if we held above 645, and we're holding right now at 7, we bounced low. This looks like a decent possible reaccumulation schematic. I just want to see it. I hate that it came back through here, but I'd like to see it jump. Timing, what would that look like? It would probably look like, I mean, frankly, it would have to be like this comes down, makes a higher low, and there'd have to be some kind of buy up here and then push. And that push would have to get you, I'd like to see that retest, but that push would have to get you basically to the top. Okay, well, you know, it's just up that way. Y'all get it. We're buying a lot right now off of 7. 7 seems to be a little bit of a sticky point. I'm not going to keep this one for now. I think it's debunked. I think this is still the creek. This is actually good. If we come down sooner than later and we can hold this line, it's a good thing. It's kind of like a bull flag kind of situation. I don't want to be in a situation where we come way out here and then drop, because then you have like a lot more space to drop. So, and it usually ends up being pretty tragic. So like right now, I don't really mind that this is kind of walking back down. I don't like losing supports, of course, but it's starting to look more distributive when you do that. I don't really see any really major high volume top here. I see like one here, one here, one here. The volume's kind of rounded. I think this is a push to see if we need to get a little micro spring. So that would be like right under 675. If that were to fall through, this doesn't look bad. We've seen this a lot in accumulation, that kind of 1, 2, 3 walk down. But if that were to come down through here and break low and then lose 664, that would be bad. I wouldn't like that. That would be definitely more of a fake out. Head fake, if you want to call it that. Where you like advance and you make everybody think you're going to go and then you really don't go. This kind of bouncing walk down isn't horrible. I'm only able to see it on the 1 minute, so all I can do is kind of look at it and sort of make my best guess based on volume. It could be okay. I'm spending a lot of time in these tops. The bottoms look more spiky, which is usually a good thing. And you could say that back here too. And that, again, it's sort of like, you always have to remember, like, there's always somebody buying and selling. So you might see a range and think it looks accumulative, but the volume ultimately is more outweighed on the seller side, you know, weighed heavier on the seller side, so they advance. And there may have been a lot of accumulation in that range, you know. I think on the way down, we've had a lot of accumulation, and that's part of the structure that we were talking about, is like that sell-off. That shallow S-curve structure is built in such a way that you're also accumulating, you're buying and selling shares, but, you know, a lot of those shares are going to be sold now during a run-up. Yeah, it looks weird, like a weird cat ear. This looks like it's not holding, which isn't good. Let me see if I can get this more precise. If it sells right back through that, there's like serious weakness here on the side of buyers. I don't mind it making a lower low. I just don't want it to go back through that creek. So if it went sideways and came down lower, I wouldn't be like, oh no. 'Cause ultimately, you're working your way out. So, but it's starting to look really weak. That stinks, huh? I want to see this buy back up to like 720 and then make a higher low. GME's not really having much trouble just kind of making that jump. I think it'll probably look like that. It may not end that way, the way I drew it. But if it can advance, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't yeah, create like a larger sine wave cross here. Boop, 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 boop. And actually, GME on the 15-minute came down, jumped its moving average. It's gotten a good RSI reset, I think. I'm really looking at RSI very much on AMC. We could check it out on the 30 and 1 hour and stuff and see what it looks like. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, so I'm on 30-minute and RSI is back down to like roughly like the 50 level. It looks like the trend here is a bit of a it's a bit of a structure. So you could see this come a little lower, like the 45. Again, I'm on the 30-minute. I'm not really looking at the price. Just staring at RSI right now. 1 hour is a lot higher. Same deal. There's a decent little uptrend here. I think you could use as a possible indication of where you might have an RSI pivot, or you could say like maybe a bottom. Yeah, potentially. So it's pretty far down. And that's assuming you didn't make an advance right now and go way higher. It's not overbought anymore on the 1 hour. It's down to like 60. And frankly, you know, it was extremely overbought yesterday, I think, going into today. So, and it still gapped up like 100%. So all things in their place, I don't think is that big of a deal on the 1 hour. Nasty sell candle, huh, on the 4 hour. 4 hour is still really overbought. It's way up here at like 82. It's probably, somebody had mentioned earlier they wanted to see me compare the sort of the current area to what we had in 2021, that February pullback. I don't think it's a bad comparison. I think it's a good comparison to make. You can see there it went up to like 80 or 90, it went to like 98 on RSI, and it pulled all the way back down to roughly 50. But I'm on the 4 hour, and even on, and so that, you know, I'm not looking at the daily here, but I'm on the 4 hour, and it looks like it's didn't ever really come that low. Even right before we took off going from May to June, it looks like the lowest we ever came was like 37 on RSI. So the build out looks like a giant M shape on RSI, but it's like the middle of the M was like the middle of the run. It never really fully came back down to being oversold. What does that tell me? It tells me that RSI might just run high during a big run, and that's okay, which a lot of us already kind of agree with. We already kind of know that. But it's specifically on AMC, that's not unusual. It's happened before. I think it'd be okay to assume that that's a probable setup, you know, like, okay, well, they're driving the RSI down, cooling it, don't want to go up higher, you know, on the next run, which does create a massive divergence, right? Because you have this massive push up, but then the RSI came lower on that second push, but it never really came back down. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do like a fractal comparison. I don't think that's necessary. I think it's pretty straightforward if you go back and you look at the February full pullback. I talked about it a little bit earlier in the stream, but the January to February pullback is a pretty significant retracement. When you look at the bottom of the move to the top of the move, like the very bottom to the top, it actually comes back down through the 50%. I think I'm on a logarithmic chart here, so that would be what you would have to look at. But it, again, like this is the daily moving average at 180. So unlike what we're seeing now, you need to understand there's like a key difference. Unlike what we're seeing now, we are not above the daily 180. We are below it. We rejected off of it basically first thing this morning. So it'd be better to think of it as we're kind of in like this lower portion, you know, having this deeper retracement. We may not see this second move unless we get back above But if you want just like a basic comparison, there it is. Like this had a greater than 50% retracement back down to a gap. And then if you look closely, we were talking about RSI. There probably was a little bit of a change in RSI early on, right down here. It looks like it starts turning back up while the stock's pretty flat. That was going into February of 2021, early days. But it's just basic stuff. Like this is, in my opinion, just a very simple, like, there's just an M-shaped cross, you know, it finally makes higher highs here, and then it takes off when it breaks the smaller range. So it broke out of the larger downtrend, and then if you look locally here, it jumps the two peaks, that particular downtrend, which I would call like a resistance, right, and a creek, and then it ultimately tests it again here, and that was on February 23rd. And so I'm going to zoom in a little, sorry. So that kind of a move, maybe we would expect something like that, but this is also several days. This is at least a week of trading. So we're in a hyper fast move right now, and the time frame could not be compared if we're looking at this big pullback and trying to compare it to where we are right now. Does that make sense? So this happened over the course of weeks. This happened over the course of a single day. The principles are the same. Like if you can make that jump, then you're just gonna have to sort of like build out this range and just make a local breakout. It's the same concept. So I don't see it as very different just yet. Now that being said, look at what happened here. This went down to near 50%. It reacted back up to the 3.8. And then it dropped below. So this actually has like a really, really deep pullback here. You know what I mean? And then it comes back up and then it drops low again. And I'm not saying it's like one-to-one, it's not, but it would be like us having that push up here and then basically tomorrow or whenever, if we went sideways, for example, this becomes distributive and then we drop again and head down towards the 50, that's definitely not a impossibility. So if that were to happen, I would look at this as a larger S-curve where this is basically like year one, year two. I hate that kind of stuff for us, but the good news, at least, is if it is year one, year two, that this doesn't seem to take us super low. So that's a positive. I mean, it could be way worse. So if this is building out an accumulation that's going to take time, like in what happened to happen here, it doesn't look like it would take as much time. And it also kind of makes you feel like, all right, well, there should be some indication of where that's going to happen. You know, we've had obviously a breakdown of the steepest trends that we could have had here. So like early steepest trends, they were broken, you know, on this move. And then you go to the next one, right? So you go back, I'm looking at January 2021. We're not really moving much on AMC. We're at 676. It could be that we're finding some support here. Not super like nervous or anything, but I'm just kind of waiting because I'm not sure what happened with this first move. It kind of broke out and then came back down. So it could just be a pullback to the creek. But I'm nervous because if it breaks beneath, like let's say 636 all of a sudden, I'd have to adjust because then it's a fake out move. It's like a head fake. But like, for example, you could then go back in this particular run up, you could go back to that previous, and this is what I was talking about a minute ago, you go back to that previous one. So if like the steepest trend broke, then you go back to the next trend and you look at it and it's like, oh yeah, and then it rode up to it and met it. And then it started to build out. And then even steeper than that, you then look at the new outer trend that's being built and you can see how it's following. So this idea that like creeks, I think about them oftentimes as like fans. They're fanning out. It's just as simple as where is the resistance? Where was the last point of resistance? Where's the last point of support? And then how do you see that as it's expanding outward? That's the waveforms. So yeah. So to do that locally is fairly straightforward. Like right now, if we were to suddenly run back up to that extremely steep trend, we'd be at like 14, you know? And it could be that we're going to get some kind of massive double top. Like, it may seem like doom and gloom right now, and I know that y'all are thinking what I'm thinking, which is maybe this is all going to happen in extended trading hours. It is possible that we could gap up 100% again. It seems silly, but it's not out of the question. I think it's more likely that we're going to make a show of it and get into a position where it makes sense before close. But we could see like a gap up of like 80% and it actually be a distribution. And tomorrow we open at 14 or 15 and then it sells off finally really far. Or it does like in the event of like something like this, it does like a fake out move to the upside and then you basically drop down low. You know, you go down to 530 or slightly lower. And that's where you're coming into sort of a similar setup, perhaps, where then you'd have to see, okay, great, you know, we made those jumps, but now we have to go and build out this range, and that takes time and energy and whatever, you know. And obviously, with the extended hours on, this is kind of skewed, but I would imagine this could take all week. So that's one thing that I'd be a little concerned about. And that was the area that I said hadn't really been traded a lot. Now, since then, the volume's changed quite a bit there. I mean, since yesterday. Since yesterday, it was traded quite a bit in extended hours. So now you have a lot of trading that's happened here, but we just dipped our toes into it, had a big reaction. So you don't want to see us come right back down and have no reaction. You know, that means that the buying was just absorbed and there's nothing left. And then just breaking through a wall. So if it did do that, I think it's possible then you can get stuck down here. And that could take days, frankly. And that would be those situations where, you know, you see something more along the lines of this, and maybe it's in relation to the 4 hour, not the daily, but I could see that as a possibility in our local time frame. And that might give us enough. I mean, look at that volume. That's weird. It's almost like perfectly the same. That's super strange. That's so bizarre, y'all. It's like the exact same amount of volume. But that's something where maybe you could see that taking place over a few days, going into next week, and kind of walking down here and then pushing back to the upside. That's kind of why I thought we might hit that high first. Technically, in extended hours, we hit 1330. I'm not griping. I think that it just kind of annoys me, I guess. I am griping. Take it back. I'm complaining because, like, that was like the main kind of one of the main levels I was looking for. And I don't like that we didn't get there in regular trading hours. It's kind of irritating. You know, it's frustrating that would happen, but I can't really complain. I made good money on it. So my only real question isn't really are we going to go down to 563 or are we going to stay at 650? Like, those are kind of basic questions to me right now. I'm like, I don't really care. This whole pocket is fair game as far as I'm concerned. If the operators and the institutional traders really wanted to trade it, this could be a good place to buy back to the upside. I'm more concerned about the idea of, you know, dropping, let's just say like dropping this trend up and this trend down. And those two, you can't leave those behind. Dropping that pocket to get to the 0.5 is not out of the question, but you can't just stay there. And you definitely can't go below there. I think that one is bad news, in my opinion. I wouldn't be for that. As a technical trader, that would look like a breakdown to me. That is more likely than not something you're going to recover from. So, all right, we're getting a little bit of a volume injection here. It's late in the day. It's like 2 p.m. my time, so it'd be 3 p.m. Eastern time coming up. Last hour of the day, let's see what the mutual funds want to do. They like to buy the last 15 minutes. They trade a lot at the end. So well, we're just kind of waiting. I'll take the opportunity to thank you guys for coming out and chit-chatting today. I know that I usually have on average about 50 viewers. And so the core 50 I have to give shout outs to. You guys have been here for the whole setup. But I do welcome people back, of course, if you've been out for a while. Obviously, AMC's been kind of hard to watch on the whole, so I get it. As long as you don't come into the chat and just tell me I'm an idiot for watching the stock, which a lot of people do. I'm like, okay. And then days like this happen, and it's like, well, that's why I was watching the stock, you know. That's why I had price targets set up. I'm not sorry for that, you know. I put the work in so that I could benefit from that kind of stuff. That's a big part of it. So I don't know. I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I'm really not. But and I think a lot of people, I hear it a lot. It's like they say, well, you just do streams and you don't do enough of those short update videos. You're right, I don't. I had been doing a part-time job and I ended that job. And I'm kind of glad it happened, because as soon as that job ended, I started looking at AMC carefully and I was able to get into a really good position. It's like funny how that worked out really well. But a lot of folks are like, you know, like I don't watch it because I can't tune into a stream. I feel bad. Like I feel like I want to give information out, but it's also my time. And if I don't have time to do it because I'm living life, then I just don't have time to do it. So I get the idea of like, I came in because I haven't been here for a while. Why don't you just give me the information that I want? What are your price targets? Like, well, 14. I mean, it's been my price target since the first video of the year. We went into like a big shallow S-curve, and then I looked at this as a giant S-curve, and then I looked at it as a M-cross. I looked at it as a downward accumulation. I looked at examples of like what happens after that, and we got a couple price targets around 5, and clearly like the 11 to 12 area was an easy one to get, but that was one. And it was more about anticipating where it might happen and when it might happen according to EMAs, according to the setup. And until we got to this very bottom, at least in terms of the master fractal, there really wasn't any reason to suspect this was going to run after this first initial bounce. Because this first initial bounce was definitely like a UT at the end. And that's where I was like, crap, I think we're going to go to 6. We could go to 6, and then we did. And from that point, you're just kind of like, well, it's going to go down, you know. I didn't feel like this bottom was much of a bottom. You know, I had said at the time I thought mid to low 3s could be a place we stop. We ended up camping out around 322. And I'm not trying to twist my words. You know, we definitely didn't hit a low at mid to low 3s. We went down to 230. But just to be fair, like again, early in the year, I kind of posted a video and I said, I think 250 is possibly on the table. And that was like, again, in like one of the first videos. Did I get the order of operations right there? No, I did not. But those targets, sometimes they're visible, but they're kind of elusive at the same time. Like you can see them, but they're not always clear as to when you're going to get there. And timing's always been a really difficult thing for me anyways. I think for everybody, but I just know that for me, it's like I'm either way early or way late. So I tend to try to pad myself when I talk about timing. But were we ultimately like finding a bottom in mid to low threes? My answer is yeah. So I don't feel like any of this stuff was super hidden. Like there's still videos that I made that were call outs for that. Why am I acting defensive? I don't know. I'm not trying to be defensive. I guess what I'm saying is like, I really appreciate the people that have like stuck it through. I know it's boring sometimes. And I know that having those long videos is hard for other folks to watch. I recognize that. I think I've been enough of a broken record on most of these targets that altogether it's made for a pretty good case. And I think we're seeing it kind of fill itself out now. We'll see what happens. Once these kind of things occur, that's when all those other crazy scenarios come into play. It's like, oh, you were waiting for this move, but then what? Well, then you have a bunch of other scenarios. It's like most of the stuff I was messing with was long term, but a lot of it was like, I don't really know how you advance from here unless this happens or this happens. And the mid to low threes was kind of like where I felt like we weren't gonna stop until we got there, but didn't feel that way until after, strongly that way until after this earnings. So there were other things we could have done. Like ultimately, you had to see that move in order to get a 50% cross here. You had to see this move in order to get that, which really meant that you weren't going to see that target till way later. Because initially, this was the trend, and there's no way to know where the bottom is until you get that 50% move. Then you're kind of like, okay, there's a possibility we go down lower. So anyways, here we are. Some of those things evolve as you go. Some of them didn't. Some of them stayed pretty true. The 250 kept coming up. I was like, I don't know, it keeps coming up. $1.60 did not come up until this final push, in my opinion. I didn't really see it as a super strong option, even though, yes, like I had talked about going down to even potentially $1. The main reason for that was because of the long-term S-curve. There's a huge S-curve, and it comes down, and if you go to that breakdown point that we had up at like 40, and you look at it from a percentage point of view, the end of that S-curve is like $1. And we did get it. Like we did get the S-curve. It just was shallow, so it didn't go all the way. And that was my expectation when we started seeing this kind of chop down. At least I was hoping. And it's funny in a not funny way, but right here is where I think a lot of people, right here when it broke down in March, that's where a lot of folks kind of became really bearish, because that is like the second ear. And if we were to make another leg down, it would have been bad, you know, like we could have been in the dirt, like way down here at $1. So I don't blame people for like getting bearish there, because I was in the same position, but I just didn't think it was going to happen. Like, because I'm looking at this like, it just doesn't look like a full S-curve. But man, there's been plenty of people that have said, you know what, I think it is, and then they were right. And if I'm generally correct on the big picture, I usually make money, because for me, I'm like thinking about things from a helicopter point of view. And if I'm generally correct and I'm doing a good job on my entries, then I'm going to be profitable when it happens. I don't need to be like perfect. And some folks, when they get like contracts and stuff for options, they're just like way too specific, you know, and anytime I've done that, I almost always lose money. Like anytime I've done that, it's just not been very good. So, okay, this looks like a curtain rod drop. So that's much like what we see here. So after like an initial reaction, if you get like a double ear kind of thing, you get like that flat ear, and see how it curls down. If it curls down like that, it could be that it's about to lose that support. So this is like a bottoming down here, and then it's losing that support. That curtain rod drop isn't the end all be all. But if it were to play out, for example, like we see here on the macro picture, you can see why that would be somewhat problematic. It's not that it always happens, it's just that this kind of bowl shape doesn't usually create a bottom for AMC. I'm just telling you, like, statistically speaking, I feel like I've almost never seen it unless there's like a quick drop and then it recovers, maybe. But usually, like, this kind of bowl shape results in this kind of curtain rod drop that we see like back here. And so at that point, I guess there's another couple targets we could grab. I think this one's off the table for now. I think these two targets, there's the middle there's a middle cat ear target. That's a good one. And then there's the breakdown target. So that one's like here. So where you go to like the last major support, and then if it breaks and drops, that's another one. And I've had debates with myself about whether or not it should be the first or the second marker. In this case, they're pretty similar, so I don't think it's going to make a big difference which one we pick. So historically, this is an accurate target system. What you do is you pick from where that breakdown happens. You go from the top of the structure to the bottom of the structure. You don't go to like the breakdown itself. You go to the low point here. And then that gives you like a 50% cross. I eyeballed it pretty well. And it actually, the reason that this, I don't know exactly what's going on with the algorithm, if it's like trading across a trend. That might be what's happening here, is like it's trading across this trend that was established really early on. But all the time, a lot of the time, not say all the time, that's a bad thing to say. A lot of the time you see that it actually goes back to like an original trend. And you can see right here it did. It was kind of easy to pick out. It's just like these 3 points right here. And this is where we took off and where we sort of hit the bottom. So like you could say first selling climax and then the buy up point. And then that oddly points to like a 50% cross motion. This would be like an M cross down on this curve. And usually, again, I say usually, but not always. And I think this is going to be a little higher. Like maybe there. Usually if this drops in a curtain rod, you've got this as a later potential target. It happened on GME because it signifies kind of like that second ear. I don't really understand it fully. Again, I don't know why it does that. But that's what happened on GME on the all-time chart, and it worked. And then if you look at some local examples on AMC, sometimes it works. I don't know what to say about it other than it just kind of works. But we've talked about that second cat ear being one way to possibly get a price target. I think it might be, again, like a fib fan kind of thing. And I don't use them as much, but we can use them if you want to see what I'm talking about. You can use a GAN fan, or you can use a fib speed resistance fan, and you basically take it up. And it depends on how you want to do it. Some people want to do it like to this first point to see if it holds, and then if it breaks out of that final one, it's not holding. That's kind of what happened here. Some people will pick like the second trend. If I know there's a point of interest that I'm interested in, I usually pick that. And I go back from there and see if it's been relatively, on point with that. And I think it has been. You can see that each of these kind of layers it's walked down has really gravitated towards that fan. So I think I picked out, so we're seeing like a fib fan right here. I think I've picked out probably the right point that I want to pick out. So all that being said, it looks like this lower trend, and I kind of have it weaseled in here. It's pretty low. Let's see if we can do this right. Selling climax. This lower trend is close to that. It looks like a 618. So if we were to just drop straight down, it looks like 623. So I think we're going to get that drop. Yeah, and then unfortunately, what this typically results in is something like this, where you might get a drop and then you kind of slide in. And if it were to happen much like we see on the macro target or the macro setup, that's the big picture over here. If it were to happen that way, you might see this like hook, a big drop. I don't know if it'd be exactly the same, but you might see something like this where you get some like serious chop down to get to that 50% mark down here. So and that could be where you get to that 0.5 retrace, which I think is at 5 I think it's at 533. I think it's possible. Anything higher than that could be an LPS, but you'd have to come back up and break through some of these key levels. So I think the breakdown is this one right here. So I'm going to leave that on there. And that gets you down pretty low here. So pretty crazy move today, all the way up to 12, then all the way back down to 6. It may seem like it's over. I don't think that it's impossible that we just had a 50% retrace on the day. So I'm not going to say it's over till I see some kind of major breakdown. There's nothing wrong with like a huge retracement though. So yeah, this might be how you'd see something like that work out. If it were to play out similarly to what you see on the macro structure. That could all happen today. I mean, either way, if you saw this happen, you'd probably be pretty bullish because it would appear that that's a reaction that's coming back up to push new highs. It's sort of a turn. Man, and then we've got like an additional creek here. This guy like really could be it. Yeah, you could see something like that. All right, I said I wasn't going to do that, and then I did it anyways. I said I wasn't going to go through all these different scenarios. I still did it. Yeah, unless this comes back above this breakdown here, I don't think we have a chance of this being really bullish in terms of a finish today. Like, you'd have to make this jump and then continue way up to the top. And then you'd have to make this jump and this jump. It's a lot. It's not out of the question. It's just not, maybe not as likely. I know. A few minutes ago, I was really looking for this to hold, but sellers just knocked it right back down. I mean, we just didn't hold anything coming back down. So you had pretty massive amounts of selling increasing on these knockdowns. There's a lot of buying in here, don't get me wrong. But just a huge amount of selling just to kind of push it down farther. So I'm all for it if we react and go up here. I'd be like, let's do it, you know? Maybe this is like that actual spring that we would want to see. Kind of like what we saw on the very, very bottom here. So it's another example, right? But kind of like what we saw here, where you have like a dip low, here. You have a big reaction. And then you're working your way down, but then you get to the bottom and either LPS or spring at the end. You could head back out. It doesn't really make any difference. To me, I'm just kind of waiting. I don't really feel strongly about either one of these. This one, it would have to come back above 730. And ultimately, like, that's kind of going to be the litmus test here is it's still got to come back above 775. So it's like remember where I was talking about like 320 and you had to have support? Ours is now like 770, 725, or not 770, 775. That area, you'd have to have support there to confirm like a turn, in my opinion. So if you're wondering like, where do I think that confirmation is, it's pretty much there. It's all going to happen in the AT. Well, yeah, I mean, if it happened in aftermarket, I think it'd be more like this low. I think you could go ahead and just drive the price down, flip everybody out, right? And then maybe in after hours, just take it back up, and do it again. But the levels are still the same. I've got it marked off on my chart. There's a red line here. We've basically just made a full-on retracement back to that creek. I mean, and that's kind of where I was thinking we would go if we did pull back. You can see my target here was not obviously up high first, then all the way back, but it was we would jump this creek and then go. And I knew that was probably going to happen. I did not think it would happen the way it happened. And then, of course, we have this much larger example that looks like I knew what I was talking about. Really, I thought it was going to take a lot longer. I imagined it would take a whole month. And it happened in like 2 days. So this concept is correct in the price levels, but very incorrect in the timing. Very, very incorrect in the timing. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. Right. So here's where the 645 is. That's your 650. That's your 382 fib. We'll see what happens. Still have a massive amount of options to delta hedge for by Friday. Yeah, and options can be hedged and they need to be hedged for, but you have to remember, like, at the end of the day, unless those options are executed, not killed, but if they say, yes, I want those shares, then that hedging doesn't really have like a long term. It doesn't necessarily have to have a long-term effect, if that makes sense. Because if I'm a money MM, right, market maker, I have to hedge for options that are running into the money, because if that person wants to execute that options contract, and I know I'm speaking to people that might know this, but some people might not. Let's say if I buy the option to own, X amount of shares at let's say in the money price at $5, well, as soon as it passes $5, I could execute that option and be like, hey, I want those shares now. So your market maker has to hedge and make sure that those things are available. I don't think that at the end of the day, though, like if I sell that contract, I don't think it has to be hedged for, you know what I mean? And especially if the price comes back down by the end of the week, we don't know what the end of the week's going to hold. A lot of that could be given back. So I'm just saying, I feel like it's the same question we're saying. It's like while that's true, like it has to be, we can't say that till Friday, and then we'd have to sort of wait and see what happens. Because if we get another buyback up, that could change things significantly versus just kind of retracing for the week or something. yes, the volume's out of control, crazy. I know, I understand that. It's super, super high. Roaring Kitty is on AMC now. Is he? I don't know. Where do you get that from? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just asking. I thought he was kind of dumb with it. He made his money. It doesn't really make sense for him to come back and risk a bunch. I mean, he maybe a little bit. He probably could have made some on this, but he's got enough money for like generations. His YouTube page has a TikTok link with a page that says AMC. Link on his YouTube page to his TikTok account with AMC and rockets in the header. Does that mean he's in it, or is he just saying AMC is rocketing? I mean, I don't know. I feel like you can root for a stock without necessarily being heavily invested. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong, Dirty. I just think that not everybody plays the stock market the same way. So, do I think that institutional players know what they're doing? Yeah. I mean, they know what they're doing. Look, no matter what you think about the current price action, if a bunch of shorts were stuck in this play, a lot of this is going to be covering on the way down during this retracement. So you have to keep in mind that some of this volume that you're seeing on the way down would be shorts buying back and trying to get out of some positions at a better price. So there will be, if it can make the jumps that it needs to jump, there will be like a secondary squeezing action if you have a healthy retracement. Because again, it's like not everybody's going to be able to get out on that first pullback. You're going to have a secondary squeeze. That's a very like basic way to look at it. Super simple way to look at it, but I feel like it's fair to say. It makes sense to me if there's multiple days to cover that some of the folks are going to be able to get those trades executed on this bigger pullback where they're able to kind of quickly cover some positions that they maybe entered early on. The shorts that are in deep over here, they're done. I mean, like you can't. I mean, a lot of that probably was last night, and then some, right? But you can't easily expect that almost any of those shorts got out beneath 530. I mean, it's just such a massive move. Most of them probably, as much as they could, got out here, but I think the way in which all that stuff happened is just so rapid. There has to be a great number of that short interest that didn't move. No, he's back. Posted a tweet about movies and Squeeze, about being sequel, etc. Posted every 30 minutes. It's just a positive thing. Entire float traded 4x in 2 days is insane. No, nobody's wrong about that. I mean, we all were here this morning. We're living it. So, I just think that there has to be. If we're saying this is a repeat of last time, then where are the lessons that we learned? I mean, are you guys that are sitting... I'm not saying anyone's pumping anything. A lot of y'all have been around the block. You know me anyways. You're very level-headed folks. But for some of the folks out there, the idea of like FOMO and all this other stuff, that was a wrecking ball to a lot of people's lives. Yeah, like there was a big squeeze. A lot of people made a lot of money. But a lot of people didn't. A lot of people are still red, even with this move. A lot of folks were told that this is what, that from a technical standpoint, I remember people making a technical case that we were going to continue running. And even when I joined in the November of, the big November sell-off happened kind of right after I entered this quote-unquote scene. Even I was like optimistic about the potential for the future, but a lot of that was just being fed by these really popular YouTubers. This idea that if you just do this, it's going to be fine and your life is going to change. That is an emotional... That is an emotional hook to so many people in the world. And whether or not it's true in the end, for the last 3 years, 2.5 years, whatever, those folks that were told that they shouldn't sell, a lot of those folks, their life savings went down the toilet. So I'm not going to ask for forgiveness for being really skeptical about somebody like Roaring Kitty coming back in and talking about a sequel. I mean, get real, folks. Like, that to me is not healthy. If he's already made his millions, he's fine. He is not sinking. His ship is not sinking. He is not in a position where he's down 99% or something on AMC. And that's kind of where I'm getting across is like, it could be a positive catalyst, but frankly, I just think it's just blowing smoke up people's butts. Like, I could care less what he says at this point about AMC. If AMC runs, it runs. But it dang sure didn't run because Roaring Kitty decided to enter it. Suddenly it just starts running. I mean, I just think that's silly, you know? Like, I think it's part of the game that operators are playing. They're playing with people's emotions. And if we learned our lesson the first time, we would be like, okay, I'm going to start working myself into a better position so that I'm not 98% or whatever. A lot of folks are 99 and 98% in debt. It's like, well, how did I get to that point? Well, I got there by believing the hype, you know, and then not making decisions based on my own family or my own judgments, but making decisions based on internet personalities. And unfortunately, like, I would lump myself into that. I would say, yeah, I'm part of that problem. I think Trey's Trades is probably the only one that I've heard who's been really honest about it, because he sort of came to at some point and said, well, I'm kind of sick of the AMC crowd. But he also said that, in my understanding of it, when he exited, that he felt like YouTube was part of the problem. Like, it caused an issue where you create this like cult-like mentality, and then everybody thinks, because you're in this cesspool of like self-indulgence, everybody thinks that they're just repeating these mantras and it's going to happen. That's not how the market works. I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just think now is the perfect time to have a level head. Like, if you had been preparing for this for years now, for this kind of a move, a 300% move, which hasn't happened with this kind of volume since January, if this is a round 2, then you better get your crap together and have an exit plan. You know, I don't want to hear people like screaming about how they missed it again. Like, I'm not doing that again. I'll tell you right now. If it gets up to these price targets that I have in mind, like it hit my 5, it hit my 12, I'm not going to apologize for selling my options contracts and making money back on that original investment. I'm not going to apologize if it hits $40 and I'm like, okay, I'm not trusting that it's going to just keep running. Like, I'm using my own TA so that I can look back on it and say in the future, this was my plan. This is how I achieved that plan. These are my financial goals. Like, this is what I decided to do with my money. And ultimately, I'm the one responsible. And if I can get out and break even and make good money on the end, or maybe even make some profit, it'll be worth it. But if I sit here and I just hold because someone is telling me that it's got to run to 1 million now or whatever, or it's going to end up doing this or that, I'm not taking responsibility. So I'm not trying to lecture you like a parent. A lot of you all are very wise, level-headed people. You have this same idea in mind. So like if that's you, you can just like say, yeah, all right, yeah, I get it. But I'm not going to propagate the idea that Roaring Kitty or somebody else is somehow like, he's not my captain. He doesn't control my finances. Let me just put it that way. It could be positive. It could be positive, but I have zero obligation to him in life. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. Like, he has a cool story. He made a lot of money for his family. He obviously is very popular as like a figurehead. I have respect for him and like what he did and like where he's coming from and where he's going probably. None of that matters though at the end of the day because he's not in control of my finances. So that's it. Like I don't grovel at the feet of man. Like that's not my thing here. Like I'm not going to do that. So if you're looking for me to be like a fanboy, then this is not the place. And that might sound kind of harsh. I just said, like, I have nothing but respect for the guy. And if it does happen to be a positive thing, positive catalyst, so be it. It's great. I mean, that's cool. There were a lot of positive catalysts in the first squeeze. You remember Elon Musk, like, jumped on the GameStop train, and that was a big part of what started propelling us over certain levels. Like, the impact people have on Twitter and social media can be very, very big. So I don't think that I'm not trying to discount or just say he's not able to sway some opinions and maybe even cause more of a squeeze. But I'm going to say that I sure as heck ain't going to listen to somebody else this time. And I don't think you should listen to me. I think you should just hear what I'm saying about these technical levels and then make your own decision. I really am very serious about that. Like, do not trade Booksy like because Booksy said so. Like you should be doing what you want to do so that you can go and say, I took responsibility. I made this happen or I made this mistake or whatever it might be, good or bad. But I'm not like Matt Kors or Trey's Trades here. Like I'm not interested in that. So I'm just seeing a lot of it in the, I'm seeing a lot of it in the chat. That's why I'm trying to help people understand that like that's not who I am. And if you're here for a hype man, I'm going to disappoint you. I'm going to disappoint you. Which is probably why, like I was talking earlier, like I usually only average like 50 viewers because I've been pretty darn conservative about things up until here. And I kind of went a little crazy on some of these targets, but we're getting there, And I'm happy that we're getting there and people are making money. Just don't hold through everything. Like it's okay to hold on for an extra day. Like I didn't sell anything yesterday. And I knew that it was possible that this could just dump, Like I didn't know for sure that this wasn't going to dump. All I could say yesterday, and I held my positions, all I could say yesterday was, well, I'm making good money, but I'm seeing something that looked really positive when it closed high above 515. It closed above. It went above, and then it closed above the previous top. That tells me that there's probably going to be a continuation. My only real expectation was the 650 range in contention, and oddly, it went way past that and 100% up overnight, and I had no control over that, but I took advantage of it, and I got out. I got out of those positions this morning at like $10. I don't regret that. Am I looking to get back in? Yes, I am. Because I still think this could just be a big pullback. So everything is taken in time, like putting it into its place. Like I made the money I needed to make on that first giant move. It's a huge move. I made like 1,000%, which is crazy. Like I never do that unless it's a giant move like this. So I'm really happy. I got basically in at the bottom. Okay, close enough. Like right here, right before earnings. Like I saw the writing on the wall. It looked like it was going to happen. I got in. But my plan was not to hold all the way until $50. Okay. I had a $20 contract. My thought was, well, if it gets up to 11 to 12, 11 to 15, that's probably when I'll exit. I got out a little early. but I could kind of tell like we were probably going to see something today. You know, if we didn't get this range early, and I didn't know, but I felt like 1,000%. It's too much. It's too much for me to say like I'm just going to hold through it, especially with an options contract that really doesn't affect the movement of the stock unless I execute the trade or whatever. And I didn't do that. Just sold it. Now shares, I haven't sold any of my shares from down low. Like those are part of my average, and I'm going to be holding those as long as I possibly can. I don't mind holding shares and weathering a storm here when it's appropriate. I do not like holding options when the IV is getting shaken out constantly. I think that's dangerous stuff. It's still elevated. So if you're somebody that's like, well, crap, man, I didn't exit at the top today. Are you saying that I just missed it? Missed my opportunity? No, I don't think so. You have, again, the second leg of this that's very possible. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all. I think it's even very likely that this thing still makes a move potentially up to 14 and beyond, but maybe even getting to like $20 or something. It's definitely a possibility. But I'm also just a very conservative person when it comes to like entries and exits and stuff. Like I try to be as best I can with it, take my money seriously, you know, because I have goals, and the goals none of my goals are become a millionaire. That's just not my goal. If it happens, cool. But I think it's such a long-term thing that like I'd rather have easy to achieve actionable goals, I guess. Does that make sense? So like, yeah. So basically like I'm just kind of sitting on short-term goals, and I think those are going to build out into longer-term ones. That's what I want to do. I don't want my goal to be I have to make $1 million on one trade. Doesn't seem very achievable to me. And to be honest, I don't think anybody was looking to do that. If you're somebody that's like thinking about, well, you know, Trey, he made millions. Like, well, I don't want to say he got lucky, but a lot of the folks that got into these trades, they didn't realize what they were getting into, and then all of a sudden they were just millionaires overnight. There are people in GameStop, I think, who were very aware of what they were doing, but I think a lot of people for AMC just had no clue. Like, they kind of knew, but they didn't really fully understand what they were getting into. And it's evidenced by what happened when we got to the top, and everybody was like, oh, it's got to keep going. And it's like, well, I don't know. Is it? Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to get on a soapbox for 30 minutes. I was just trying to talk through this downtrend here because it was getting hard to watch it. It looks like we made a higher low. So instead of full capitulation, we actually just dropped down and we broke out of a localized trend. At this point, I kind of think it's somewhere in between these two, you know? Like if you took an average of these two, it's sort of looking like that. We may see another drop, but if we do, it could be we need to come up first one more time. And that would be a little different than what we were expecting with some kind of like curtain drop. So just from like that standpoint, or from the more simple standpoint, we just jumped over the downtrend here locally. We made a higher low, and that's kind of all you need to say about it thus far. So now you could draw out a second mark to see if it breaks that low. And if it doesn't, we may not head down to that retracement. Remember, 650 is the level to watch right this second, because 650, if we kind of find support above it, represents the 386. No, 382, 236. Sorry, it's 382. And it also represents a key like liquidity level from back here. It's basically like a key liquid bottom from December. So yeah, so again, I don't hate apologizing for stuff like that, but I get why some people don't like that. So if you're like really annoyed that I was on the soapbox. Sorry. Don't worry, I won't get on it again today. That was my one today. And I also, for those that were asking about Roaring Kitty, I need to keep repeating it because I want you to know, like, I don't harbor any ill will, and I definitely don't feel like he's not important. It's just that as a person, he's done a lot, right, for a lot of people, potentially, and that's a big deal, you know. I just don't want to run my own channel or run my own in terms of YouTube, and then or run my own finances based on somebody else. Like I did that last time and it was horrible. So that's all. Yeah, I'm listening to you guys. I'm reading back through. Anybody's welcome to join the new Discord. You just have to go through the welcome and rules and accept them. I'm all for it. I try to keep it pretty small. Like we have a couple hundred people, but it's hopefully never going to get much bigger than that. I don't want it to blow up to like 1,000 like the other one did. Because you're right, it gets really dramatic. So, yeah, I mean, he did work for a fund at one point. That's part of his story. AMC chocolate covered peanuts, bruh. That's funny. And we can joke about stuff like that. I don't care. But the that's really funny. Yeah, he did work for a fund. I don't know if a lot of people know that. It's part of his story. If you didn't know, that's part of why he knew the way that they operated. Like he kind of knew how funds over leverage themselves in certain situations. I can't believe we halted here. This is a strange place to halt. So I'm averaging into some positions right now. I don't particularly think anything that I'm seeing is making me think we've absolutely hit a bottom, but I'm liking these prices around 650. So if you're wondering like, well, you said you were going to do this or do that, you know, you said you were going to re-enter. I've already kind of started my re-entry process. Starting re-entry into the atmosphere. I have some money that I had set aside for potential moves like we saw today, and so I sold that position earlier, but I'm not going to see that money right until it's settled. So I had some extra cash in case we did have some moves so that I could have a little bit of a roll around, you know. You guys are like, what? What the heck are you talking about? I just wanted a little bit on the side so that I could trade bounces and stuff. Because I knew there would be like probably some steep moves up and down. So that was part of my plan, was like I want to keep some cash that I can use that can help me in the event that we get some bounces. So I'm averaging back in same exact positions. I'm averaging back into those calls again. Because if we do get a gap up, okay, great. If we get a gap down, not losing enough that it's going to kill me, you know what I mean? And it probably would still be high volatility, so I don't think they'd completely lose their worth. But yeah, if we continue back to the upside, I'd like to kind of get a second piece of the pie there. Like even if those calls went to zero, the profit that I made on the first run far outweighs it. So it would be a loss, but it would just be a cut back into my profits, if that makes sense. It's not like I'm creating a loss situation where I'm going to lose all my money that I just made. That would be silly. And that I've done before. So I did that in August, and I have owned up to that a few times for y'all because I basically threw all my money back in to the trade thinking that, and I don't know what I was thinking. I still don't know what I was thinking. It was delusional. I should have gotten out as soon as it broke down and right before Ape, but I kind of got screwed on that whole thing. I ended up not getting out before Ape was created, and I got busted up. So that was a big mistake. And I don't think I had lost that much up until that point. It was only down like 20% or something, a lot of my positions. And then all of a sudden it was down like 90%, like the next day. And I was like, what? I should have just listened. Even Adam Aaron was like, I probably wouldn't hold options. I don't know, he sounds like Don Knotts or something. Well, I don't know, probably wouldn't hold them options. That sounds more like, I don't know. What's that guy's name? Jimmy. Well. Sorry. Well, I don't know. Those options might, get destroyed. But I can't tell you what to do, so he knew what was happening, That was a crazy that was a horrible it's horrible. Adam Aaron definitely was aware that Ape was going to destroy options, and I think the wiser person knew as well. I remember people talking about it on, I was on Twitter at the time, and I remember a lot of people were saying they just thought it was a really stupid idea to stay into options, and I just didn't listen. I don't know. And again, it's like, I take responsibility for that. Like, it was my mistake, and basically I just gave all my profit back, which sucks, but I had made a huge amount of money. I mean, a huge amount on that push up to August. So to lose all that, I was just kind of like, what? And in order to break that cycle, you can't just say like, never again. I'll never again trade that way. Because that's one of those empty promises. Like, you have to follow through. So you have to then make a plan. So I've started doing better to try to plan my entries and exits and just stick with it and not worry about anything else. Not worry about peer pressure or whatever, or just my own pressure. I pressure myself more than my peers ever have. I give myself so much crap. That's just who I am. It's horrible. I'm so mean to myself. Like, I'm so mean to myself. My wife's been working with me on that. She's like, you really need to stop like beating yourself up over everything in life. I'm like, yeah, well. Yeah. Thank God for my wife. She's so great. Jeez Louise. And I'm not great. And I think that's point in case. Like, I'm just this really like messed up person. My wife's so good to me. But yeah, this is one of those things where like, I knew that coming into this trade, I couldn't do it the same as last time. So I needed to have like specific points where I wanted to get out. And I shared all those with you. I told you all where my targets were as we went along. I didn't outright say to you like, hey, I'm going to be selling my positions here. I just said that like, this is my financial plan. Like, I personally am looking for these targets. So once you hit those targets, I put my plan into action. And then I had money on the side because I'm still really bullish here. I know it might seem silly, but a 30% or a 50% retracement usually is going to be followed by some kind of extra reaction back to the upside. Not always the case. March is a good example of that. March into April of 2022. That big run up, it made it dropped beneath 50% and then it just never recovered. And there really was no major reaction back up. A lot of the distribution happened on the very tip top and then it just slid down. So we would need to see this kind of reactive move here. We're kind of seeing I drew out two scenarios earlier, and we're sort of seeing something that looks like middle of the road. I think we need to jump here, and then we're probably good to go. I don't know about this need to come back down again. Every creek could be tested, but in this case, it looks like this is sort of a spring-like motion if it can find support at 650. So, are we bullish yet? Is that what you said? Almost. It's turning out. That doesn't mean it's bullish. It just means that it's turning out. And that's a sign of potential turnaround. So when you look at something like this and you see like, oh, it's left the early trend it was in today, like early today. It's already out of that trend. Really, we're just waiting to see if this higher low catches and holds. I think it might, and I think we might see that reactive move in after hours or whatever. But it looks like it's holding over 650, so I would say that's a positive for the most part. I don't see that as a particularly negative move. It looks like a hold, but even still, you have to remember that that's the 38% retrace, not the 50% retrace. The 50% retrace is at 530, which would be a decent drop from here. But if we were to go back down to that 50%, that's where you're going to have a lot more questions about whether or not this is bullish. If we hold here and we start recovering, there's a decent chance we'll head back up pretty far, at least back to 9. So there's a decent move there. I say decent a lot, but that's a good move. That's a 35% move back up. I would say that's a given move that if we were to break here and head up out of this creek, probably see an advancement to 775. That's where I've got my basic turn labeled. I still think that's right. It's right around that pocket here. And then if you get that turn, you should head up towards 9. That's where things start getting a little more, again, seat of your pants. I think the region that's currently between those, it's funny because like I'm talking about it and I'm looking over here at this. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of right where they left the liquid open. So they left a little pocket between 775 and 9. And those are the spots where I think you would have potential for some trouble if this reaction doesn't go well. It's probably a 50% retracement downward. That's my guess. Yeah, this looks like a rotation to me. See that? Oh man, it's like a perfect 50% retracement. So yeah, this looks like a rotation. You see there's like a double U. There's a U shape and then a big bouncy shape here. That's interesting. I didn't catch that till just now. So much the same, should we continue up, you would see that as a 50% retracement backwards. So going to 9 seems likely from here. And then we'll see. You guys are like, I don't want to go to 9. I want to go to 14. I know. I want to go to 14 too. But 9 would have to be first. And I think, and I'm not looking at the big one here, but 894 I think was a support here. And I talk about 925 as a potentially really important zone. So on this big picture, I'm looking back at these prices. Yeah, getting up to 9 would put us like right underneath the previous top here, top and bottom from back in October. Same deal. If you were able to hold support there, I think you would just jump over 11, like jump from 9 to 11, because it's already been traded twice. I don't think you would distribute again there. I think it's unlikely, unless the goal is to ultimately never go to 14 and you really want to distribute at 11 to 13. That's all. I don't feel like that's... I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think it'll be a highly traded region. So if the goal here is to kind of get us up to 750, 775, maybe up to 9, which is what it seems like because they left it open so that we could race back up, we're going to want to watch that really carefully. There's a longer term downtrend from this peak. We haven't tested it. If you're looking for a case for a sideways action, that might be the best case for it for the week, because that would be one in which you have a sideways action that goes to, again, like maybe 9 or thereabouts, and then you really don't need to make a move for a while. You can see there could be a giant wedge formation as well. All that stuff's possible. I kept this on the chart because I think it's important. It may be a little bit lower. May want to use like the hook value, but that's basically where it is. I still think that a lot of times on these drops, when you return, this ends up being a potential target. So it could be that by Wednesday, tomorrow, we're back up here at 13, or it could just be that we're sitting here 775 to 9. In which case, has it chilled out? Well, a little bit. Volume's still super, super high. I'm not really concerned about that. And it looks like we're making the move. So I'm excited about that. Because again, I was averaging in here on this push down. So I'm hoping that we don't go back down. It looks like it jumped a little creek. Now we're going to look at those upward ones. If it can get above here by close, that'd be great. I don't particularly care if it's closing inside the range. It's kind of anybody's game, but you never know, man. Last 15 minutes of the day, you get a lot of those. That's really when a lot of those orders come in for mutual funds and junk. Sometimes you get a little boost at the end. I don't think it's very likely that this thing runs in 10 minutes like super high, but I'd actually be more concerned than anything else if we just shot up to like 9 all of a sudden. That would wig me out a bit. I don't know if I'd like that. I'd rather close like just after a breakout or something. Like this is good. If we want to just like camp above 720, I'd be happy with 720. That's sort of what happened yesterday is like we got the reactive bottom and then we kind of came up and camped out right above where we pushed up. And I thought that was pretty good. And then after hours, we got a lot more price movement, which was good. Yeah, it looks good. It looks like we got that cross here. It took a little while to get down. Didn't make a lower low. So we didn't go to the 0.5. We did find support above 650. At least for now. Like it definitely hit 650 and moved up. And that was the level yesterday that I was talking about, wanting to get to 650. And we did it in after hours price action, which didn't, obviously wasn't enough. And we've come back down here to trade again. Now this starting to look like a floor. You see that? So you see how there's this like push up into that 650 area and we broke out and now we've come back down and it looks like there's a push down. And they're either it's either sellers trying to exhaust buyers or it's buyers just saying, no, we're not going below 650. That's the floor. And because we're breaking out, at least to some degree here, it could be a really positive sign for price action tonight and tomorrow. Look, is there a chance that this thing distributes in after hours? Yeah. I can't control what happens after the market. I can't control the market at all. You guys know that. But I had no feeling that we were definitely going to run 100%. Like there's nothing in my brain that was saying that was probably going to happen. I actually thought we might get up to like 7 or 8 and then probably test 6 and then it continue. We did do that, but we didn't really do it the way I thought we would do it. And we didn't do it yesterday. We didn't do it during regular trading hours. We did it in those extended hours, that push, that massive influx of volume. I think what you want to see now is you want to see buyers really step back in. Like if this is actually going to be a big move, we need to see buyers like drive the price back up. This has to be just a breather, and then you got to see those buyers like push it up. And I'd be looking for potentially tops again around 9, maybe this 1066. That's where the daily is. I think that's going to be a headbutt kind of situation if we get stuck there. Yeah, because we already made the advance up to 11. That happened. That $10 range, you can kind of see it right now, can't you? Look at that wedge formation. It looks like this could end up being a bit of a mess. I could see this going up to like 10 something and then just kind of stopping. Sort of like a head and shoulder motion or something silly. It seems really like possible to me. This might be an easy way for us to see it go into like a Friday. And at this point, yeah, it looks like a big flag, but The flags have been hit or miss on AMC, so you just kind of wait till the end. It would probably look like this. And then you'd have to wait and see what happened, if that happened. I know this is kind of far out. You're probably wondering if I'm reaching here. I am reaching. So just keep in mind, I'm totally reaching here because this is out in the distance, but it would give us time to chill out the RSI, and it would give us time to sort of trade this area again. I don't know why we would trade anywhere except for maybe around where I've got it at the 775 mark. I can't imagine any other reason you would trade like up or low, because like the goal would be to finish this region here, which liquidity wise hasn't really been traded. It's kind of like between the lines, right? So you're looking at it, and this is the pocket I'm talking about that just really hasn't gotten any liquidity. We gapped into it when we first started. It's between like 8 and 9 basically. There's very little trading that's happened compared to other regions. So yeah, so maybe I could see that being like a consolidation zone between 8 and 9. Seems likely here. Just passing through it. And ultimately, like, I can't tell you what the future is going to hold, but should something like that happen, that I think this gives you a decent enough, and I'm going to turn off, let me go to regular trading hours. This gives you a decent enough case for a move into like Thursday or Friday, maybe getting another move by the end of the week, back to the top. It is possible that you get distribution here. If it came back above 11, that'd be my bigger concern, is like what happens here. Yeah, frankly, you know how this goes. I mean, if it advances, great, but there's really no telling that this has to go like this week. So I'm not telling you this if you're in shares, you don't probably care that much. But if you're in like the position of like, I've got options or whatever, it wouldn't look like that. It would look like I don't know. The way this is structured, it's kind of too steep. So hard to say. It would probably look like this. Something like that. That would be like a sideways action around a low liquidity, and then a break, finding support, and then pushing again. Yeah. And then you might see like some bigger number appear, like 20 or something, you know. That's a possibility. Someone asked me earlier about like $100. I don't think AMC is going to go to 100. Not this year. I'm happy to be wrong, but I'm inclined to think that we might get into the somewhere between 15 and 20 if we get a second leg of this run. I think we're going to take some time after that, going into maybe November. We're going to have to sort of wait and see, because if and when you hit about $20, you've basically hit like the major creek. And that to me would be a situation where you're basically now testing the waters of a major breakout. So you might think like, well, we broke out, right? Yeah, we broke out of this lower region, but we've already completed that retracement. Like we've already come all the way back up to that $11 mark. So that's already happened. Like that's done. Now we're talking about like extra innings here. What else could be tested? I think you could test all the way up to 15, but if you went like beyond that, like let's say you got a leg up, I can't believe this is actually looking like what I drew, but let's say for now, like even if you did want to go up higher, like even if you did, for example, extend to like 20 here, at that point, you're already testing like the major downward creek. Like that's it. You're testing the waters. So we were just looking at this kind of example on the micro. you know, and you can see like, oh, that makes sense. You'd push up, test this downward creek, and then you'd have to pull back and then advance again. That's what I'm starting to wonder if we don't really see that advancement till like November. And then if we got a second leg, I don't think it's going to 100. I think it may go to like 60s or something, you know, which is a lot closer to like the original values that we saw in AMC. Maybe 80s, you know, that could be a possibility. I don't see that. I think that's out of the realm of possibility. It's almost the exact same structure that we have on the micro just now on that bottom. I was trying to make a point of that earlier. I could see this because it's attached to that breakdown. I could see this pushing up, but I think we'd have to find another leg up. And I know we're coming into close here. Some people are going to want to tune out quick, but this is like my outlook. If you're looking for like long term, I think it's possible we get another leg up here after we consolidate and move, and it could be like a 50-50 swing around this moving average on the 180 on the daily. That could lead you up somewhere near the top here. And I think if at most it could be maybe $20, $21. It's probably going to correlate to that reverse split price. That's about as far as I can see us going without having to make a considerable pullback in order to consolidate on this bottom and trade across it. And ultimately, you have to find support at like 11. So even if we went to 20, it'd be hard. I'd be really hard pressed to make a case that we don't come back down to at least like 11. I've got this coming back down to like 8, but that's because I'm anticipating like a major pullback. And then I would think a reaccumulation above 11. So like one big sell-off and then you pump back up. That could be like going into earnings even. That's how long I was expecting it to take. I don't know if it's going to take that long because it's happening really soon. But absolutely, like that seems possible to me, you know. I don't have another way of telling you this other than just to say I don't think past like $80 is very likely. And I think it has a lot to do with the structure of the chart. I think it has a lot to do with technicals. But I'm thinking like $60 up to like $70 seems a lot more likely to me. Now, at that point in time, we can talk about what happens next. But I don't want to even talk further than that, like right now. It would seem necessary to me, again, to just kind of remind you of one more time before we leave that this is generally what happens on the breakouts. And so, you know, we may have a situation where we go up to 44 and then we come back down and then we go back up and then it takes longer. But usually like we're talking about what I would refer to as like a big creek cross. So an M cross. So there's a wave up and then you have a pullback and then you have a wave up again and then a pullback. It's pretty straightforward. Like you would take yourself up, you would pull back, you take yourself up, you pull back, you know. And that's how you'd have to see yourself going across a creek if you were to have this massive advancement from now until, let's say, elections. That's just the way I saw it. I think when I say 20, I'm thinking that's possible on this move. But I don't think we would break it till like way over here, you know. So you'd have like a time of like consolidation and then you'd move up. And I think it's more likely that's kind of how it happens. I could be wrong. We could get there really early because it's moving so fast. And then maybe elections is where you get that breakdown, you know. Maybe it finishes itself right there and then it just starts dropping. But it doesn't really make any difference. So I'm of the opinion we're in like the first of some bigger legs, but I also think we're going to get some really considerable pullbacks. I don't see us having this massive pullback like we did in January until maybe 20. And then I think we reconsolidate, and this is where it starts looking a lot like a repeat of what we had, you know, back in ancient times 4 years ago. And that's just potentially, right? So it looks like after hours, we're giving a little bit of a dip. So, oops, that's the wrong button. I'm not going to stream all of the after hours price action. I would definitely encourage you guys to watch it if you're interested in seeing what happens, seeing if I'm right about this. I'm not placing a whole lot of money on this, but I think that this is a likelihood. In the event that we did come down for some reason and we distribute in after hours, really just want to watch that 540 level, that 530 to 540. That's one of those places that you're going to have potentially a change of character if you drop it, because that's where the 50% is. So yeah, so I don't think we're going to go over 20 in one fell swoop. I guess is what I was trying to say. That's longer term. I think we'll come back, reconsolidate, push up again, perhaps into elections if this rally continues. It'll be a long summer. I think we'll have some sideways. That's my opinion, but that's what I think is likely. And like I already said earlier, I don't see a price target, immediate price target beyond 14 as the most likely thing. Like, so even 20, I'm saying like, I don't necessarily think 20 is the most likely thing. What I think is more likely is that we get at least to 14 or 15, and then we pull back, and then we approach 20 later, maybe on a secondary advancement. I'm just guessing though. Like, I'm just looking at the chart, I'm looking at the price targets I have, and I think it's possible that we approach it, pull back, and then reapproach it again, and we actually have a breakout later in the year, like after summer months, maybe up here around 12 to 13. Everything's moving so fast that it's really hard for me to know. I mean, I think it's hard for anybody to know. I just feel like, not blindsided by it, I just feel like it's moving so quickly, you know, that it's hard to judge how timing would work now. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just kind of camping in center liquidity right now. I feel like the fact that we gained support over 650 was really important. We'll want to see it obviously advance up higher if we want it to advance in after hours. I'm not sure what will happen. Volume's been ridiculously high, so we might expect it to do the same thing. The only distribution I'm worried about, Sam, is that 530 mark. Like, if we sold low below that, I'd be concerned. But everything else to me is like, whatever. I've been like that all day. I'm just kind of whatever, you know. If we need to go down, we need to go down. Operators like to go back through levels and check them. They do it all the time. It happens on like every stock. And sometimes it takes years. As in the case of AMC, it's checked every level for like years. So, yeah. I haven't really looked at GME much. It did look like it broke here, so that's positive. So if you're somebody that's like, yeah, GME, it looks like it broke out of its creeks. It's doing a little bit better. I gotta tell you, I feel like it's doing a little better than AMC though on this push. It had a lot more immediate downside today. It got there sooner, but it's really been making like the appropriate moves really considerately. Like I feel like it's done the M cross thing like we were kind of thinking it might, and it's going to approach it probably in after hours, but it already jumped over its low, so it could go up here to 62, make some waves here in the middle. We'll see. You don't want it to like get a double top around 50. The AMC is kind of far off. It's like way up here at like 10. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I mean, if it opens again at 10, I've probably just made a bunch more money on this secondary push, so I'm not like going to complain about it, but whatever. I just like looking at the two. I kind of like the way GME moves more. Like I like the way it moved today a lot more than I like the way AMC moved today. seem more straightforward, like simple. I don't know why. GME's chart is just, it seems easier to read. Like it just jumps the levels that it's trying to jump. Like it doesn't do like this kind of crazy, like weird, like stepping slowly sideways out of a trend kind of business, you know? And I just don't understand why AMC isn't more regular. It's such a weird stock. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. It's always had such ridiculous, and maybe it's a liquidity thing. It just doesn't have the liquidity to be consistent. I don't know. Like, I have no idea why. But this has been really easy to see, like, oh, it's made the appropriate move. And then you're just like, okay. You know? Maybe I'll knock on wood there because I don't want to eat my words. But so what I would expect from GME would be to some kind of a parabolic move approaching 60. At that point, you need to then get support here. So if it can do the parabolic move up to 60, you can see that buyback would get you back into that trend. It seems odd, but it's almost like a spring within a trend where you like exit. And it's kind of clear, but you don't want to like reject here. You know, this would give you a rejection on that trend and then send you downward. Not the worst thing. Again, if this is a giant M shape, you could get that downward move and find support, you know, still make a higher high or find support without breaking the creek. It could come as low as like, you know, 40 or something, 42, like a double bottom. And then try again. That seems possible. So if I'm in GME and you're watching it, I would just watch this. It seems like a really critical mark here. I would probably watch 55. Like 55, 70. Watch for support there. And or rejection there. It just looks like a big M to me. Doesn't look like nefarious if it did drop, but yeah, people would read into it a lot. It's tanking. Well, maybe. I mean, frankly, and I'm looking at it again as like a large range here. This being like a support way down here. Frankly, this could have an auto reaction that's kind of low. It only goes to 55, and then it could come way back down. I mean, it could come all the way back down to 38. I mean, anywhere is fine on this creek. So, yeah, it's that idea of like time, right? Time and distance. There's just plenty of space here. You could see it. You can see it reject a little more slowly and then drop way down over time. And then maybe advance again later. There's an intersection of creeks here. I don't put too much into that usually, but there is always a possibility that that plays into it. Sometimes they hit. I couldn't tell you why they hit more on certain setups than others. They just do. So this is one in which if you're going to advance quickly, I think you'll make the advance above 570, probably to like 62. You'll push down to like 57, then you'll advance again back to the top. If you're going to advance a little more slowly and take your time across this area from like 40, and I didn't do any liquidity levels on GME, so I'm just kind of spitballing here because there may not be a need to trade this area very much at all. But if there is, you could definitely take your time from about 39 up to 60. I could see that. Yeah. And then you'd have a much more dramatic, but you'd have a much more concise kind of check on all these creeks where you're kind of estimating. I mean, where I'm estimating right now could be more or less like an actual point of interest later, right up here at 67, you know what I mean? As a phase 2 top, phase B top, it'd be like an auto reaction in phase B top. And then, yeah. I'm doing like completely two different things here. One is like Wyckoff, where I'm thinking about these as levels in a range and a buying climax. If it's a buying climax followed by a reaccumulation, the only thing that's really required is that you jump a creek. But sometimes there are reaccumulation schematics that do this. There's a few of them, and you can go look them up. You'll see one that looks like this, where basically like it comes across, and then it just sort of like comes down, and then you end up having like a secondary creek cross after a spring, and that's a pretty common one as well. You see that a lot as a reaccumulation, where like it just chops and then it breaks back out, and then you head back up, and that's not unheard of. So the reason there's different schematics because there's different ways that it can play out depending on liquidity. So we're gonna have to watch it. I think 55.70 is kind of the easy place to start. And AMC, I'm just gonna look at sort of the levels I've already talked about. Right here, I said 770. This marker, I've marked it off as 720. I thought that might be important. It could be. Just like GME, this could have this kind of intersection effect where if you don't quite breach this level, you could head back down to retest this particular downtrend lower, which forms out a much larger M shape, right? Huge one. That doesn't kill the trade. It just means that you're moving slower. And then I'm really expecting more of that collision, though, up near 8 or 9, because I think we're going to trade this pocket region and then try to advance. I can't really make heads or tails out of how they work together right now. If I take a break for a few hours, maybe I'll come back and try to do a video, and I'll look at them together and see if I can kind of make heads or tails about what I just showed you on GME versus what could happen on AMC. There seems to be a possibility for both that you get a much larger range this week. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that work its way into like a Friday, for example. But the way they work out tomorrow is going to be a big tell. So I think we're seeing a little less volume than we saw pre-market, but it's about the same as we started here in after hours yesterday. So we'll see if it continues. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like it could be a stopping point for us. We're just going to have to wait. I think if we stop here or at 770, 780, we're probably going to see it turn down one more time, buy up. But those are the levels that I've got. Those are the levels I'll watch. This I'm not 100% about, so don't quote me on this part, this head and shoulder. I'm just curious if we form out a larger range here, where would it wrap? And it looks like it's setting up to wrap around this liquidity. You can see the two levels. The high trading top at like 1030, that's right where that daily 180 is. So that moving average is coursing right above here. We kind of passed through it. I could see it. I could definitely see that being a big part of this. It's like right here. No, that's not right. It's more like, well, maybe. I could see this playing a big role. That's roughly where that daily is. And that could play a really big role in the rest of the week. And I don't know, man. It's moving so fast. It's hard for me to imagine. But I guess if it slowed down, it could go till next week. This is, not surprisingly, pretty close to what I'd expect the moving average on the daily 180 to do. Is like come through here and we would like breach it again and then reject, come down, buy up higher, again, go past through this area that we want to trade, push high. Then you kind of reach a liquidity top just above where the high liquidity is. That's your SOS. And then you do like a backup. And when it backs up to the creek, it's also backing up to guess what? Your daily. I don't know, man. It really looks like it could go before Friday. Like we could have a much bigger candle this week. It seems crazy, but I just feel like this setup's pretty fast. This angle is pretty steep. If it were wider, I might say probably take longer. Because, if you imagine if this was like way out here, you're like, oh yeah, it definitely could take till Friday. I don't know, man. Make it look like it could take less time. It seems right to me. This is assuming we get a continuation, right? It might be what I would expect. Now, at that point, we can talk about highs, but I think 20 is about as far as I'm willing to say we go. I really think we might hit like 16 or something and then drop, and it could just be like one, because this is on the 1 minute. It looks like really long, but this is a really tight chart. This really only lasts like a couple days. So it would just be like a big double top where you're just kind of hitting the top slowly and then doing it again. So it's just like a massive M cross here with a double top. And then you hit that high around 16. And on the weekly, for example, that might end up looking like it spiked up and then it came back down. And that's where you get like a larger retracement, perhaps. And then a bigger push back up later. And eventually we camp out until we meet, and it could be a while, but we could camp out until we meet that creek, the big one. Just camping out, finding support above that daily would be super critical. So, yeah, I don't know. The one thing about the daily is like once you find support, it's kind of hard to argue that you wouldn't just run further. And like the weekly is pretty high. It's up, I think it's closer to that $20 range. So, kind of trying to disprove myself here. Yeah, I think if you were to manage to make that move, I would expect it to kind of advance one more time, at least. And then perhaps at that point we don't go back down. Maybe we just camp out like above for a little bit until we find support at 11. So we come back down and trade. You see these tops? You trade back down to like 1060 after you make a peak. And then you find that support here, you could then advance again. The way this is going, it's starting to make me think we could get there before next earnings, which is in August. Y'all are like, no, seriously, really? You think it could go there? It's obvious, Booksy. Hey, you never know. These things can like slow down. You might think that this is just going to keep rocketing, but if it takes its time and creates like a big double top here, I'm just saying, like, pumping up to 16 or 17, it could just be that this is like a big 1 and then 2, and then you end up with this pullback that kind of lasts. You start building out a really big area, and it looks more like what I originally drew, which is kind of like a longer-winded setup right here, where you get this bigger push and then the bigger pullback, yada, yada, yada. So I'm all for it, guys. I'm all for it. Guys and gals. I know I got gals on here. And people in between, whatever you want to say. Everybody. Y'all. That's why y'all is so good. I'm all for it, y'all. If we want to go ahead and make that push up, great. If we want to go all the way up to 20, great. My opinion is we probably get to 16 or so, and then I don't think we're going to advance to 20 yet. I'm happy to be wrong. If we get there, great. Rub it in my nose. I don't care. But I think it's more likely that we see an advancement to like 16, and then we get that kind of push, and then perhaps we come back down. And this is again, I'm drawing this out in a very small kind of chart here. This is the 1 minute, so this is a very quick move. This is only a couple days. So it would look more like a giant push up, drop, push up again. It's really quick. Wicks to $3, $3.40. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so GME is pushed above that mark, so that's what I was looking for. And I'm going to do a local one, see if it's any better or worse. It's kind of the same. I don't think there's any way to draw it where it hasn't broken out, so it looks like it came up above. So it made the mark, it made the move. So if it advances here to like 62 and it can hold this level, that's good. If it head fakes like up to 58 and then drops back through, that's not support, so that's not confirmation. Just so you know, like that to me would just be like a fake out. So you really want to see it push up high and then come back and make support and then I get another buy-in. But yeah, so it's already kind of dropped back to like 55.70. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if it holds. I don't know. I think it'll be like a parabolic move and then it'll pull back and then try to advance again once it finds support. So this is crazy, huh? Crazy price action. Well, I'm gonna take off, and I hope you guys had a good day. I know that a lot of people made good money. I'm sorry if you're just joining. I'm getting like a blow up here of some people, but I've been streaming pretty much all day, so I think that there's a good chance that if we get above 770, we're gonna get some more push up to 10. I think that the moving average is going to cause some issues, so we might reject along it one more time and need to kind of break out. It's debatable. If we got a bigger push above it and held support above it at like 9, I don't see why we wouldn't just take off. Like, I'm drawing this as if this is going to take a few days and then we might go sideways because of the liquidity that maybe we could grab here around 850, but that's all me just kind of speculating based on what we've seen on AMC, what might happen. I think the first stretch of the legs will be to 875 or so, and that makes sense to me. You should get there. And then from that point, you're looking for what's happening in this range. Is it going to hold above it? If we hold above it, does it just keep going? Yeah. I mean, at that point, you're now talking about holding above the 180. So a lot of the stuff that we're talking about is if-then statements. It's just a better way to trade right now than to try to say this has to be this way or that way. I have a long-term outlook that I've kind of posted and I talked about it. If you missed it, you can rewind a little bit. You'll see it. But overall, it's pretty straightforward. I think there's an advancement possibility of 16 with a larger bull pullback at play, maybe back down to this pocket that I'm talking about right here, which is 8 to 9, and then advance again. And I think a lot of that has to do with, or almost all of that has to do with why we would do that, which is to kind of advance above our daily moving average and jump some really important creeks. And if we can't make those advances, I mean, technically, could 11 have been the top? Sure. Like, if we really can't make an advance beyond the 1 hour, that might happen. Based on everything in this setup, based on all the volume, based on everything I've done over the last 2 months in terms of TA, I have a target that gives us enough room. I think there's enough space here to get to the 20 at some point, and then advance to $60 or $70 again. Oddly, it's like almost the same all-time high price as last time. And then we'll see. I'm not going to talk beyond that for now. But that's down the road. And I'm really thinking, I was originally thinking this probably take till August. This would be a longer term move. We may get that first big move and then really spend time consolidating. Based on the way this is happening, I got to tell y'all, it's going really fast. So it's not the way I timed it out. It's going way faster than I would have expected. And my original timeline looked more like this. So I was thinking we wouldn't get there till basically 2 weeks from now, end of May. And we might not, but I think it's more likely that this is the setup for this week. So I'm just watching to see what plays out. Makes sense? Okay. I'll be streaming tomorrow. So if you want to come hang out with me, I'll be on. Try to get on first thing in the morning. And I'm on the Discord group. I probably won't be checking it for a few hours, but I'll check later. And I'll definitely keep an eye on the price action. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out, and I will talk to you later.